But it doesn't. Okay, there we go. Okay. I got a new hammer today, y'all, and a little thing. So I'm playing with it. Good evening and welcome to the Leon Valley City Council meeting. We're so glad all of you could join us. Today is Tuesday, February 19th, 2019. It's approximately 6 o'clock, and you can see that we do have all city councilors present, ready to do the citizens' business. If y'all would please stand and join me for the pledge, then we'll continue. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Just a couple of reminders to please silence your cell phones. And then most of you that are here in the chambers know about our local rule about giving input at each of the council agenda items after the presentation and city council discussion. So we'll continue with agenda item number 2, which is our presentations. And I'd like to ask Public Works Director Melinda Moritz to please come forward. We have a proclamation for appreciation of 25 years of service. Yes. It's my fault because it was 20 years of service, and so it didn't pop up on my calendar as 25 years. Right. Okay. Here, let me read this to you. Thank you. Oh, that's much better. Okay, Certificate of Appreciation. Whereas in recognition of outstanding service, this Certificate of Appreciation is awarded to Melinda Moritz. Whereas in recognition of the excellent record you have compiled during your 25 years of service with the City of Leon Valley, it is a pleasure to present this certificate. Whereas Melinda Moritz has completed 25 years of service with the City of Leon Valley. Whereas Melinda Moritz has distinguished herself with advancements throughout her years of service, first as the Animal Control Officer in 1988, Assistant Community Development Director in 2002, Community Development Director in 2005, retiring from the Community Development Department in 2008. Whereas Melinda Moritz was rehired as the Special Projects Manager in 2013 and promoted shortly after as our Public Works Director. Whereas officially completing 25 years of service in June of 2018. Now, therefore, by the authority vested in me as mayor, and on behalf of our governing body and all citizens, I do hereby present this Certificate of Appreciation to you as a testimonial to the loyal and dedicated service which you have contributed with our best wishes for continued success and happiness in the future. Signed by my hand this 19th day of February 2019, Mayor Chris Riley. Let's show Melinda our support and our congratulations.
Thank you so much, Mayor and City Council and the citizens. I really appreciate this. It's been a blast. I love this place. And I just appreciate it very much.
Thank you. And you have institutional knowledge, which a lot of people have not been here for 25 years. I'm a close second, but no, anyway, we have a beautiful watch to give to you in honor of your 25 years. Isn't that gorgeous?
Oh my goodness.
And we thank you so much. Okay, just a thank you. Nothing. What stands out in the 25 years that you've been here?
The city's growth.
Yeah.
I always said I would stay until Linkwood fully developed, 350 lots, and it's still going, but it's almost done. And so
we just need those sidewalks connected.
We need
right?
sidewalks connected,
Yeah,
yes.
That's right.
Yes.
Very good. All righty. Thank you very much. Great. Here we go. Whoops. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, all of you. Watch. There we go. Here's your. All right. Moving then to presentation number 2. Presentation, discussion, and possible action on options for the City of Leon Valley's Soapbox Derby event and possible amendment to vendor permit fees for the 4th of July event. And we have Maribel Mendoza, our special events coordinator, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, and good evening, Council. I'll just give a couple minutes so I can PowerPoint.
Oh, wow, that's big and heavy.
Okay, so here we go. So the purpose, okay, you can go to the first slide is okay. Next one. The purpose of this presentation is to present a cost analysis on hosting the Soapbox Derby event twice this fiscal year, and also to present a possible amendment in vendor permit fees. Next slide. The next couple of slides, you'll see an itemized list of what was necessary and used for last year's Soapbox Derby. And you can see you have the item description, you have the sponsor or volunteer, and then you have a price. So last year's Soapbox Derby event, we were very fortunate to have lots of volunteers and sponsors for this event. There were a couple of exceptions on certain items that the city had to pay for. For example, the hay. Next slide. And miscellaneous items, which are purchasing of the cars, the car wraps, to the logos that were on the city vehicle, equipment, nuts and bolts that go on the vehicles, and the registration fee to be able to be sanctioned by the Soapbox Derby. Next slide. So overall, for 2018 Soapbox Derby, we spent $3,806, and then overtime was around $15,670.92 cents. So grand total would be $19,476.92 for 2018 Soapbox Derby. And the next couple of slides that you'll see here is the same itemized list, but now for 2019. So the difference between this list and the last year's list is we're assuming that we don't have any sponsors, just so you can see the actual cost of what the Soapbox Derby would cost us for this year. Again, assuming we don't have sponsors, but again, staff will seek sponsors if we decide to how we decide to do the Soapbox Derby for this year. Next slide. And next slide. So Soapbox Derby overall for 2019, again, assuming we don't have any sponsors, would be $29,480.92. That price includes $13,000, which would be what it would cost for one day of the Soapbox Derby. And then I used the same overtime amount as last year just to have some type of comparison to show what it cost for the full day. The second day, if we decide to have it 2 days, second day would be the finalist, it would be $2,500 for the second event, not including overtime. I just couldn't really estimate how much time we'd spent on the second day, so I really couldn't give an amount. I wasn't too comfortable to say how much overtime we'd spent on the second day. So the grand total to host the event twice, and again, assuming no sponsor, this would be just a city-paid event, would be $31,980.92. And again, that's not including the overtime for the second event if we decide to go that route. So here are some of the Soapbox Derby options. So option 1 would be the Halloween party event. Usually last year in October, staff, library, we had Arbor Day on October 27th, I believe it was, or 26th last year. We had the pet parade, so it'd be in conjunction of that day. Option 2 would be Veterans Day, so either Veterans Day lands on a Monday, so either that Monday or the weekend before. Option 3 would be the 4th of July event, which is on a Thursday. Option 4 would be Memorial Day or weekend. Again, the same with with Veterans Day, either the day of or the weekend prior. or option 5, any other day that council chooses. So switching gears a little bit, we go to vendor fees. So these were the cost of last year's and I believe previous year's vendor fees for our 4th of July event. Last year was city council voted to shorten the duration of the event, but we still kept the fees the same. There was a lot of feedback from our vendors stating that the prices were too high, and a lot of vendors stated that they wouldn't come back this year because of the vendor fees. So next slide. I'm proposing to possibly reduce the vendor fees by $100 each fee, so roughly be $400 difference. So we reduce it by $100 for the standard with electricity. The food vendor truck would be less, and the food vendor with electricity and plywood. So everything would be $100 less than last year. So the fiscal impact for both, so for the soapbox derby, again, grand total would be $31,980. Again, assuming that we don't have sponsors. Obviously, we have sponsors and volunteers, and that price would be much, much less. And then the $400 different for permit fees. Next slide. So the next steps after this would be we make the vendor application available, the parade application also available. We mail out sponsor letters to everyone, and then continue to sign entertainment and event plans for the 4th of July. So the recommendation will be city council discretion, whatever city council decides to do, and whatever staff receives direction from city council, which option is more desirable for them, and I will continue to give monthly updates on the events to city council. It does coincide with our C impact statement, and I stand for any questions.
Okay, very good. So what I noticed, the difference between 2018 and then the projected 2019 was about $10,000, and that represents the sponsors.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And I thought we had wonderful support and enthusiasm, so it stands to reason we probably wouldn't make that amount of money, I would imagine. Are we going to keep it at the same, the 16 cars, or are we going to expand that?
It just depends. So if council decides to have it during the 4th of July event with our parade and in conjunction with our festival, then we might be best to keep it the same, if not less, only because there was a time constraint with trying to get the parade before and the festival after. So I wouldn't recommend to expand it only because of that time constraint that we had. If we decide to have a standalone event where it's just soapbox derby, then we can definitely expand it and create a bigger event.
Yeah, I thought that's what we had already said. We were going to have a standalone event, right? And maybe have a final in the 4th of July. That was, I thought, the two options, but unless I didn't.
I'm not too sure. I believe last council there was just.
But I knew we couldn't have it the same as the 4th of July because of the time constraint and the heat. I think was another factor.
I think I'm not too sure who suggested to have it. I think during Memorial Day was one day, and then have the finalist on the 4th.
Yeah.
So I'm not too sure
that got kicked around. So.
And then also I do have. I'm sorry, I forgot. Beth Federico. She was last year's helping with Chief Valdez coordinator. She was. Half of the brains who knew about soapbox derby. She's done this several years, and so she's also here if you have any specific questions.
Good. Welcome. Great. We're glad you're here. Okay. So let me open it up for more discussion from our counselors. Counselor Alcacer.
Yeah, I wasn't here for the last meeting. It was discussed, but I was here for the meeting before. I do like the alternate day, not on the 4th of July. I thought it was. Because it takes a lot more time than anybody realized, and it kind of wasn't fair to the kids as everybody left many left because it was too hot. I don't think it should be split. I don't think you'd get as much attendance the second day, and I would love to see it on a cooler weekend. Often the Memorial Day weekend is a good one because the kids really, for the most part, are not out of school yet, and some of the schools don't even have that Monday off, but so it'd have to be like a Saturday or Sunday. And I also like the idea of the Halloween because it's also cool, and the hay could be utilized for other things around that time. So I do not think it should be split, and those are my two choices for weekends.
Okay, so Memorial Day, first choice, and second choice.
It's either one.
Doesn't
I don't
matter.
have a first or second.
All righty, very good. Anyone else? Preference? Yes, Counselor Martinez.
I would prefer to stay later in the year, like Halloween.
Okay.
Or something around that time. It's cooler, number one. I don't care for Memorial Day because a lot of people go on, take long weekends, and there might be a lot of people that would want to come that will be out of town. So, everybody's in town for Halloween. And a one-day event, everything on one day.
Okay, very good. Anyone else? No other preference from the, okay.
All right, we having a consent for Halloween.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
Halloween is fine with me, and I think one day too. Why split it up and cost us more money? And I really do think we can get that $29,000 fee down. I really do, because I think this
Right.
gives you plenty of time now to get a lot of sponsors.
Correct.
So, yes, Counselor Edwards.
Yeah, I think one day probably would be a good idea, and cooler weather sounds good.
Okay.
I kind of like the option 2 because it's around that veterans time where maybe we could involve, if we're having some other kind of programming during that time that includes the veterans, maybe they could get a chance to pop on over and see what the soapbox derby's like.
Okay. All right. All right, anyone else? So it sounds like.
I would just
Yes.
ask that whatever your decision is, that you let us know whether or not you want to do it with the trash and treasure and the events at the library and do everything all together, or do you want it actually on Halloween, which is a Thursday?
Oh, no.
Okay, yeah, so
I don't
I
think it has
assume
to
you
be on
want
the
to do it with the
weekend.
library
Yeah.
events, or I
I
don't
think
know.
the weekend.
Yes.
Weekend.
Weekend, okay,
Yeah.
I think I have it on the 26th.
okay.
And the library, from their report, had a tremendous attendance on events that weekend, and it brings more kids to see what's going on. It also lets us add more kids to it, and I think that would, that's what they wanted. So many wanted to come in and add it on, and if we don't continue it, somebody else will grab it up.
That's right.
But the lady here keeps agreeing, so I'd like her just to say a word or two.
You bet. Please come to the podium because we are recording. And if you'll state your name and where you live, please.
So my name is Beth Federico. I was a resident of Leon Valley for 10 years and recently bought a house in Converse.
Oh,
My mother's a resident of Leon Valley for 25 years, and I'm in Leon, and I work in Leon Valley. So my affiliation with Soapbox Derby was my daughter's an actual racer in Cleveland. So when she won and went to Akron, because the winners go to Akron and they race through the United States, she was part of that. So I volunteered for Soapbox Derby for 15 years.
oh, wow.
When my mom took ill, I moved here, and then I was checking out Soapbox Derby. Y'all don't have it. San Antonio had it. They raced one season, and they never picked it up after that. So when I saw the advertisement for Chief, I was like, hey, can I help you? Is there anything I can do? So then we got together, and we started talking about logistics. What do you need? What's a good time? I know on the 4th of July that it was kind of crowded. Like, we had a deadline. He wanted to do the parade, and we had to get the kids off there, and they had to get them back up the hill, had to get them in order, had to get their names up. Then we lost kind of a couple kids because they were wandering because they wanted to do other things. So for you to say another day, my heart is just leaping so that the kids can actually have fun. So, we had intended with the chief that we would have a little ceremony for the kids, but we really had to get the cards out. We had to get everything put down and taken apart. So I talked with Mary Bell that all the people that volunteered, the proprietors and that I'm sure that they're willing to come back, and you get just as much support of the volunteers as well. I talked to Mr. Banis. He's part of this as well, sir. Come on up.
That's right. Hi, Mr. Banis. How are you?
And his
And
car
did
that
y'all
he
win?
sponsored, yes.
Yeah, I thought you won. Yeah. Okay. Congrats.
And I've already talked to Mr. Pena from Pena
Uh-huh,
Brothers Upholstery.
right.
They were trying to make it tonight, but they had a family friend that's in the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
He said, count him in. He's
Okay. Yeah. I've
really
talked to him.
eager to help out.
So whatever you need, you have a team of people, 15, 16, 20 people.
Maribel, you're listening?
Well, she reached out to me, and I was just like, yes.
And I know we had a probably another 10 to 20 people that
That
were
wanted to
willing to buy
buy cars.
to make it a bigger and better race, but, you know, we try to keep it within the city, you know, businesses
Sure.
within the city. I mean, if we want to make it bigger, we can make it as big as we want, but
So how many cars did we have last year? And that's what we'd start off with this coming year, 16. And then how many, I mean, if it was just a standalone event,
Yes.
based on your experience, how many more cars do you think you could add to the event?
As many, 15, 20, you can
15
have
or
it.
20
As
more?
long as we're doing this as a fun race, and we're not actually sending the winner to Akron, you can have your race. And another city does have races every year where they're not sanctioned by the All-American, because they just want to have a race for the kids, so that they don't get them to pay the insurance. It's just, we have to have our own insurance. So, I mean, normally what happens is the winner goes to Akron, we raise, have fundraisers, because it's like $2,000, because we have to ship the car and ship the race and help pay with expenses for hotels. But we're not going to do that. I mean, we're just going to have a fun race for everybody and whoever. You know, we had that young man that with the handicap car. His mother said that was the time of his life. And shortly after that, he had surgery. So I keep in contact with him. I call him every month to see how he's doing.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So, I mean, Leon Valley is it, you know.
Very good. Yes, Councilor Martinez.
Would it be possible sometime in the future for us to have a race that will go to Akron?
Yeah, we could have, if you wanted it this year, you could do it.
Well,
But
let's
it's
get our
kinda- it's
feet
kinda
warm.
early.
Let's get our,
It's kinda
let's get our, let's work up to that.
Yes, yes, sir. It's,
We were actually sanctioned last year because we used their insurance. So we'll have to look at the difference, right?
yeah, I sent away for the information. I sent it to her.
Okay, very good,
From
thank you.
All-American.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, and so what
Because
is,
otherwise, we have to get insurance on our own.
okay, so what is the entry fee then? Is it just the car? They have to purchase the car?
for Akron,
No, for our event, yes, what is the cost?
Well,
We-
the cars are like $300-400 because
Right.
you actually have to get them from Akron, or you can get them on eBay. Who's selling a soapbox derby car, and get it sent over.
Okay, so then other than that, there's no other additional charge? Okay, all right, just,
and if we want more cars, we just get more businesses to sponsor.
To sponsor
Sure.
a car, and they'll
Like we
pay
did
for it.
last year.
sure, and I,
Made it really neat.
But then you have to buy the upkeep. You have to, because one of the cars crashed, so that car cannot be used anymore. Because I think
That's
it
where
actually
Bannis
helps
Towing came in. They helped a lot with that.
So we have to have a set of replacement wheels ready. We have to have the brake pads, because like every 8th or 9th race, you have to check that brake pad to make sure it's not steel, because it wears down like a tire, because it's part of a tire. And
Oh, wow.
those are only sold at the All-American, unless Bannis can do that as well.
The only thing that I know that we're really going to need is weights, because the place in Houston actually donated all the weights for us to use them,
Had to take them back.
and we drove to Houston, picked them all up, and then I took them all back to them whenever we were done. So there was some stuff they let us keep, and then there was some stuff they just let us borrow because they use that for their cars. So I don't know if it's something that we can get some sponsors for and get the
Cut
weights
the
that
steel.
we need. Yeah, buy the big sheets of steel, and Randy at GNR said he would help us cut them. So I mean, we just got to get certain weights to cut them to fit.
Because
the
cars have to be 200 pounds.
right,
That's
I
including
remember
the truck.
that.
And then you have to make sure that you can't substitute on race day, because somebody's longer, somebody's shorter. Then you have to take the car apart and move the brake up, move the brake back. So I was just explaining to Mary Bell, there's a lot of logistics we got to get in place before. And then you have to have a couple practice runs so the child
right.
knows it's okay to go down the hill.
That's right. Okay, yes, Councilor Jordan.
Did I understand you say it was best to have the event in 2 days, or?
No, it's one day.
Okay.
You can do it another day if you went all the way down to the last 5 or 6 races, and then have it on another day. But you don't have to do that. We start in Cleveland. We started our races at 6 o'clock, setting up. 7 o'clock, we're ready to go down the hill. We had the kids' names pulled, who's racing who, and everything was lined up.
If you had like 30 or 40 cars, then it would take like, what, 12 hours?
About 8 hours. It goes smoothly once you get it in order. And we had the 2 people, one at the top that exactly knew what to do, who was racing who. She was on top of that. And she's willing to volunteer as well, because she's from Cleveland as well. And then our daughter was a racer. She did the bottom charts. So she knows, yeah, it's going. No, it's not going. This car's going over here. They're done racing. This car's going back up the hill.
Okay,
So
would
about
you, Thank you. Anything else?
You said about 8 hours for 32
9
cars.
hours,
So
yeah.
if we doubled our
See,
entrance from last year, it'd probably take a full day, 8-hour
yes,
shift.
8 to 10. It just depends, because a crash will hold everything up for like a half hour.
Right.
Mhm.
All right.
It'll be okay.
Mhm.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. You're welcome. Anything else over here? Would you recommend a rain date?
Yes. Oh, yes. Right. Another thing that I told Chief is what we got volunteered was somebody donated 20 single mattress covers,
Mhm.
so that those fit exactly the perimeter of the car, so that rain or shine, the car can just stay there in the rain. So that was a good, and then it happened this year where we didn't do it, but it rained. So
Mhm.
it's like, Chief.
Right.
Yeah.
I was just.
A rain date, yes. 2
Mhm.
practice days, that would be good too.
And another thing, like with the hay, I know that was a really big expense.
Mhm,
We tried
right.
to save it as much
Yeah.
as we could, but that didn't work. Maybe we can come up with some other plans on maybe finding a cheaper way and still give us the barriers to, to where it's something that can last us, and that we're not gonna have to buy, hey, we have these little barriers that we can come up with to make that go down the track, halfway down the track, and it saves the city.
Because
and
starting out
everybody
is
money.
fine. Starting out is fine. It's 3/4 down that hill where somebody starts to get jittery.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
we had a gravel pit on the sides because it'll stop the cars. And then we had the cones, if you turn them backwards, where the car goes right onto the cone. And then we just used the hail as the last result. But once they got the gravel and the cones, they were done.
Mhm. Okay. Very good. So, if it were a Halloween weekend event, what would be the rain date? Would it be the next day? Would it be Veterans Day? I mean, we could do it something like that. Back.
The next day.
The next day?
Or the weekend after.
Okay.
It would be good to have it the next day because everything's there.
Okay.
Easy to pick up,
I
easy
see.
to put away.
Yeah. Okay. So you don't want to have to set up. Okay, I
People
understand.
actually stayed we had a track, we stayed at the track, we put up tents, and it was fun.
Mhm.
Kids, parents stayed, everybody stayed.
Mhm. Mhm.
We
Yeah.
stayed the night there and barbecued for everybody.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It was fun. Leon,
Yeah.
it
It was a real community event. Yes, it certainly was. Okay. Thank you. Anything else?
Mayor, Council, one of you asked, and I don't remember who, but we did get the answer for you. Chief Naughton researched. You wanted to know how many calls we had. There was 7 on the 4th of July. So whoever asked that question, I just wanted to make sure we were responsive. Okay, and gave you the answer.
7 calls. Okay. All righty. Very good. So, sounds like it's going to be the weekend of Halloween. Up to 32 cars, right? We'll double it. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Ms. Federico and Mr. Banas. Thank you for your knowledge, your expertise, and your volunteer spirit. Do appreciate it. Looking forward to.
So may I just ask a quick question? The money that we've already budgeted for this year, because now we're going into another fiscal year, is it acceptable for us to go ahead and use part, if we can get soapbox derby items now that we need to go ahead and, I was just thinking about those barriers, maybe even going to the economic development people and see if they want to be part of that. We can start planning and doing some of that this fiscal year because we'll only be 26 days into the new fiscal year. So I doubt we'll use it all, but I guess it's okay to spend whenever we can since it's already budgeted.
How much do we
Soapbox
have
derby.
budgeted? Do you know?
No, I don't. I was thinking it was 30, but I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm looking at Ashley and Vic. I don't think.
Yeah.
Do you know? Do you remember? It's all together. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I'm not sure how. Yeah.
All right.
But is that okay to go ahead and expend some? It's
Might
budgeted.
as well use it if we,
Right. Okay.
since we already have it in the budget.
Okay.
Okay.
And then also, I guess the.
Oh, you want the
decision for
permits.
for the
Do you
vendor
want to
fees.
reduce the permits by half is what you're
Correct.
asking? And have you reached out to any of the vendors from last year yet?
I have.
Okay.
Yes. So out of a handful, a lot of them said that they weren't going to return based on the fee and the amount of hours. Some say they are definitely returning, but it wasn't many. And I haven't reached out to everyone just yet. I've left a lot of messages and just still reaching out to everyone.
I think changing it also allows them to be they were just so crowded it was even hard to get to, but with the change of the weekend, it allows them to be at different locations where they'll be accessible to the people. And I think that'll help.
Now, is this the vendors for 4th of
4th
July,
of July,
right?
yes.
Yeah, but will you have vendors at the Soapbox Derby as well?
Now that there was going to be a standalone event, yes, we can definitely have vendors at the Soapbox Derby.
Okay. All right, but this particular request
It's for the 4th
is
of July.
for the 4th of
festival.
July.
Correct.
Okay.
yes.
And you're saying that you would recommend the reduction because of what you've heard from the vendors?
Correct. Vendor feedback. Sandra and I were passed along a paper for the vendors to fill out on how they feel everything ran. I mean, before obviously the storm came in, and a lot of them did reach out. They emailed me. If not, they called me, let me know that either they were going to continue or they weren't. A majority of them were they weren't because if they thought the fee was too high based on the amount of hours they were going to be there. And that was that was feedback I heard from a couple of vendors.
Okay, because of the rain the rain from last year, do we give any refunds at all, or is it no refunds? They had to pay and no refunds?
We did give refunds.
We did give refunds?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Was it a full refund, or did we take a
It was a full refund.
full refund?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so they didn't actually lose any money?
Correct.
Although they had all that food ready to
Correct.
sell. I understood that, yeah. Okay, yes, Councilor Martinez.
Well, I agree with cutting the rate, because before, the vendors really had 2 sessions where they had a big crowd. So they had, after the afternoon or the morning session when the grand opening, and those food trucks and stuff were bombarded with people. And then it kind of waned down in the afternoon. People went home, and then from about 6 o'clock, when people started showing up again for the fireworks show, they were heavily hit again. So, we just cut off we cut off half of their selling time.
Correct.
So, yes, I'm definitely in favor of this.
Okay, all right. Everyone else, is there a consensus to have it as well?
Just for clarification, I have it here, $100 less on each fee. Do we want to cut it in half, or is
Oh,
it
I'm
$100
sorry.
less?
I thought it was 400 to 200, 500 to
It was
250.
only $100
Okay, so whatever
less.
you recommended. I'm sorry. So
Okay.
it's only $100. Okay,
Okay.
sure. Thank you for that clarification.
Yes, I just,
All right. So, do we need a motion on that? Let's see. I don't think so. Possible action. So, on options. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for all your efforts. We do
Thank you, Mayor and
appreciate it,
Council.
Maribel. All right. Moving then to presentation number 3, monthly financial report. We have Ashley Wayman, our Assistant Finance Director, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight I'll be going over the January financial report. So through the month of January, ad valorem came in at $3,171,599. Sales taxes, which again are always 2 months behind, so this is the sales tax for the month of November, are up 2.2% at this point. They came in at about $420,000. We've also already received the February amount, which was back for December, and we're up 2.98%. So doing good on our sales tax.
Ashley, can I ask you, what did we project for the year in sales tax?
For sales tax, we projected $2.7 million on the budget there for fiscal year 2019.
Right, but I meant the percentage. I just wanted to compare the annual that we said that we'd get to our current. Are we tracking it about right?
So we're 15.6% of budget. Last year at this time we were 15.7% though, because again we're 2 months behind. So we're really only 2 months into the fiscal year. So right now we're tracking okay.
Okay, so we projected like a 3% increase overall in sales tax?
I believe that we did
Is that,
budget 3%.
looking,
Yeah.
okay, I just.
3%
annual,
over, and we're
yeah.
about at
Okay.
3%, yes. I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question.
Oh, it wasn't as clear as it could have been, so, sorry.
No worries.
Okay, thank you.
No worries. For our licenses and permits, fees and fines, they came in at about 1.7 million. Of that, over 1.7 million, 56% was red light camera. That came in at $975,293. And 5% was the impound lot, coming in at $91,615. And those are broken down again in the later slides, but just to kind of get an idea here. Other than that, our expenditures are all on track in the general fund.
I had a question on the Parks and Recreations. That just jumped out at me, and I'm assuming it's equipment
They
for
They have purchased almost all of their capital. I think they
Okay,
only have
so
one
that's-
item left.
That's what I was
So
thinking
they're just
happened there.
knocking that out, get it out of the
Okay,
way. So
all right, very good, thank
everything
you.
good there. Moving on to our water and sewer. Water sales are a little bit up from where they were last year at this time. Again, still the winter months, not too concerned about anything there. Other than that, our water and sewer sewer fund is looking great. Our expenditures are on track.
Okay, and the tapping fee, will you explain that at 210.8?
Right. So those are the fees people pay, or I guess companies and everything pay to tap into our water system when they're doing new development. So it's just a good year for new development right now, and I've understood that it's going to keep going up too when we have a few more
Okay,
more
so
projects.
that, I was just thinking about the development on Grissom, that,
The apartments,
Apartments,
right?
would that
That's
be
that's
that?
going to be what's going to
Mhm.
keep bringing it up, from my
okay,
understanding.
all right,
So.
thank you.
Moving on to our community center fund, hotel motel taxes came in this month, and they are up from where they were last year at this time. I think last year there was a little bit of issue of when things got recorded. You know, it was like a few days, and it fell between when we had printed the report and started it. So it was about the same last year. So it looks like it was low last year, but they're pretty much comparable there. Our rental fees are up quite a bit from where they were last year. Just to point out, a large chunk of that is the church rental fees for the
Right,
community center and
okay,
conference
thank you.
center. So,
Mhm.
you know, whether or not this continues as is kind of depends on that. Other than that, our expenditures in that fund are on track. For the Economic and Community Development Fund, sales tax revenues are kind of in the same boat as normal, 2 months behind, up a couple percent, so looking good there. There's not really anything major in this fund. $32,000 in personnel costs, about $3,600 in supplies, and that's about all we see. And going on to our red light cameras, our red light camera fines came in at $911,728. They're about 52% of budget right now, so looking good, as well as our late fees and court costs are, again, above budget already. For Tier 1, the things that we account for and report to the state, we're at $150,000 for personnel, and our contractual does include 4 payments to our vendor, to ATS. So everything there seems to be tracking okay. And then for our Tier 2, which is our traffic safety program, we're into purchasing some capital, so that's going to start going up pretty soon. And everything in this fund looks to be okay.
All right. The impound lot.
Yes. Finally, our impound lot. Our impound lot fees came in at $71,260. Our auctions came in at $20,355. So that was just with one auction, so things are looking good there. Other than that, our expenditures are all on track. And March 2018 was our first month of impound lot operations, so we're still not even quite at a full year yet.
Okay.
But other than that, everything in this fund looks great. And so just a reminder, as always, this and other reports can be found on our website, Departments, Finance, Financial Transparency.
All righty, very good. Thank you very much, Ashley. Any questions from the counselors or from any of our visitors in our chambers this evening and citizens? All righty.
Great. Thank you so
very
much.
much. Really appreciate your help. All right. Then moving then to agenda item number 3, we have our city manager's report. Ms. Kinsler, please.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor, Council.
Yeah.
First of all, if you didn't get one, let me know, but I handed out the new flood magnets, and they have been revised. The numbers on the back have been revised, and so a couple of you said, oh, I already have one. Just so you know, these are the new ones. They're the amended ones. So if you know of anybody that need one, let me know, and I'll get them to you. Also, I wanted to congratulate Crystal on that conference center upgrade that she just did. We from what we budgeted, we actually came in at almost $12,000, $11,800 less than what we expected. So great job on that one. I was noticing that one for my report. Chief Salvaggio, Lieutenant Anderson, and I attended the Texas Traffic Safety Coalition legislative updating meeting today in Austin regarding the red light camera bills. And what I'd like to do is get consensus from the council, and then if so, we've got signature boxes here, just to write letters to your senator and your 2 representatives about the red light camera, about keeping the red light camera program in Texas. And would you like me to read the letter, Mayor, or how would you like me to handle that?
I'd like to know what it says. Can we project it up on the screen?
I don't know, can we?
Oh, I guess not.
Sorry, I'll just read
Okay.
it. It's not that long. We were just literally there today.
And is this in support of a bill or?
It
oh,
is
let's just-
supporting red light cameras, exactly.
Okay, all right.
So, dear representative, in this case, it's Trey Martinez Fisher, but I've got three different letters, and they're all the same. I'm contacting you on behalf of the City of Leon Valley and the Texas Traffic Safety Coalition about an important issue that impacts our community and the state of Texas as a whole. Texas roads can be dangerous, and we need to work together to keep them as safe as possible. Traffic safety camera programs are an integral part of that solution. Traffic safety cameras, most notably red light cameras, are an important tool that helps save lives, generate revenue for municipalities, assist local law enforcement, and contribute millions of dollars each year to trauma funding. In fact, today we found out, you want to know how much we contributed last year? $78 million to the region's trauma funding. They have greatly benefited our community and are something that we want to protect in the 86th legislative session and into the future. Some key facts. Since implementation, the City of Leon Valley has seen a decrease in accidents of 27% at intersections where red light cameras have been implemented. Across the state of Texas, studies show that there's been a 33% reduction of overall collisions at intersections where drivers frequently ran red lights due to red light camera programs. In 2017, the Texas Trauma Fund received more than $16 million in funds from fines paid by red light violations. Where Chief Joe was. I don't know how it went up from 16 to 76. Oh. Oh, okay. All right. So the total received was 76. Okay. When cities cancel red light camera programs, there's an immediate increase in violations and accidents. When Houston turned off their cameras, there was a 117% increase in collisions and a 30% increase in fatal crashes. These statistics are undeniable indicators red light camera programs keep Texas roads safe. Legislation have been introduced to ban this type of city initiative and restrict or eliminate a city's right to choose what works best for them and when it comes to safety. We simply cannot let that happen. Strongly urge you to oppose any legislation that would interfere with or restrict our community's ability to administer a traffic safety camera program.
Okay, so it's just a broad.
It's a broad letter about our ability to keep our program. And actually, they gave it to me for my signature. And having worked a lot of legislative sessions, they don't want to hear from a city manager. They want to hear from the people that are elected. And so I asked Angela to change the letter to see if you all would consider signing it. That way they're hearing from our elected officials. We did mention today during our time in Austin about our citizens and their 91 or 94% approval rate of the program. They also want to rent Mr. Deeker a private jet and fly him up there. They were so excited about his notice in driver behavior. And anyway, so we're going to contact Mr. Deeker to be a part of our team. And it appears that Chief Salvaggio and I will be an integral part of this effort from this coalition after today's meeting. So anyway.
How many people or how many cities are part of this coalition?
I'm not sure. The reason I'm not sure is because some of them actually attended telephonically.
Oh.
And then the ones that were there, we got there about 5 or 10 minutes late, I guess. And so we were the last of the introductions. And so I don't know like who was together from what cities. I'm not sure. But I can find out that number. But this is the agency. When I went to, as a board of directors member of the Texas Municipal League, I went to them and asked for their support. And they said, although we support you, we can't make it a priority because not all cities have this. And so they referred me to this group and said, this group encompasses all the cities in Texas that have red light cameras. Exactly. Okay. And then TML is supposed to, keep an eye on the legislation as well. But I'm not sure whether or not they would even come to testify, or we would want them to come and testify. We just have to wait and see.
And one more time, the name of the organization is?
It's the Texas Traffic Safety Coalition.
Safety Coalition. Okay, very good. Well, I have no
Do I have a
opposition
consensus that we would sign this?
signing.
Anybody
Everybody?
object?
Sure, yes, sir.
Okay.
I don't mind.
I'll just go ahead and send them down. So there's 3 different letters for you to sign. And then I'll get those sent to the representative and senator's office tomorrow. Okay?
Good.
Thank you.
Mhm.
On February 12th, ATS sent a crew from Dallas heading to start working on the new red light camera intersections and approaches. They've been working on the camera installation with the bucket trucks. I don't know if you've seen that or not. No lane closures were expected, and they have instructions to notify us if they are needed, and I don't believe we've been told they've been needed. As a reminder, those intersections that you all approved are Shadow Mist and Grissom and Hebner and Evers. At last, after the request went through 4 different people, 3 of which have left, we've been notified that we will get reimbursed $3,136.27 for the public work aid that we gave to the city of Ingleside during Hurricane Harvey. And I'm sure you remember our discussion about that. I said, Mayor, it's going to take a long time to get reimbursed. And so our fire department, we got reimbursed within a month or 2. But this system is different. It's not the state of Texas, it's FEMA. And so we finally did get reimbursed. And so I wanted you to know that
I remember that.
that our city has been made whole.
Wow. Was that from FEMA?
Yes.
Okay.
It comes from FEMA. I don't know who it's funneled through, but yes, it comes from FEMA. And Ashley just read it to you. Vicki sent me the February sales tax report. Year to date, we're up almost 3%, 2.98%. CPS will be installing security lights at the parking lot across the street. And I know that that's been several of your concerns. It should take, as well as several residents' concerns. And so that should take about 2 months before installation is final across the street. So that was good news. On February 14th, your library was awarded the most loved library by the Hula Frog San Antonio Northwest. Hula Frog is a well-known parents' website that features activities for children in the Northwest area. And the parents got to vote for what their most loved library was. And Leon Valley won out of 8 San Antonio branches, and we came out on top. So go library. I wish Sandy was here. The next regularly scheduled city council meeting is March 5th at 6 p.m. right here. The 8-week yoga is in full swing, which started February 3rd. The UTSA breakfast was canceled and will be rescheduled, we're hoping, in April. They did not have a panel. The library will be closed Sunday, March 3rd for carpet cleaning and will resume normal hours March 4th. The 2019 Volunteer Appreciation Dinner is Thursday, April 4th at 6 at the Conference Center. Movies in the Park we had movies in the park February 15th at dusk, and we had representative from the Bandera Working Road Group there that were trying to get citizen feedback. We had about 70 to 80 people by the time all was said and done, and Councilor Anna Sandoval made an appearance as well.
Right.
February 16th, we had Basura Bash in Zarzamora Creek. David Dimmeline was in charge of that successful event again. March 2nd, we have Earthwise Living Day at the Leon Valley Community and Conference Center. The next impound lot auction is scheduled for March 14th. Viewing starts at 8 and the auction starts at 9. Trash and Treasure Sale is the following weekend after Earthwise, March 9th at the Community Center from 9 to 2. Spring Break is March 11th to 15th, and the library has something literally every day of spring break for the kids. They have kinetic sand, an elephant toothpaste STEM event, symphony presentation, Pi Day activities, and a STEAM carnival. Upcoming committee meetings, the Citizens Police Advisory Committee will hold a meeting February 20th, 6 o'clock p.m. right here. Sign Code Advisory Committee will hold a meeting February 25th at 6:30 p.m. In the large conference room. Zoning Commission meeting will meet right here at February 26th at 6 o'clock p.m. That concludes my report, and I'll stand for questions.
All right. Any questions for our manager this evening from any of the counselors or any of our citizens in our chambers? Okay. Thank you very much. So seeing no other questions or comment, we will move. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Mr. Riddle, thank you. I didn't see you back there waving. Good evening and welcome, Mr. Riddle. We appreciate you being here.
Oh, good evening. I just had two things.
Mhm.
I tried to do an audit yesterday, and it won't let, audit will not let you add more than a 5 megabit picture to an audit screen. And the smallest my camera will do is 8 meg. And so I could not attach the picture with my audit request. Which if whoever
It's
can
me.
look
You
at
can send it via email to
Yeah.
onit@leonvalleytexas.gov, and we get
That's-
tons of
Yeah,
pictures.
that's what I had been doing.
Okay.
But I forgot I was doing it that way
Yes.
before.
Yeah, that's all you have to do.
So anyway, I just deleted the picture and sent it on.
Okay.
The other thing was, I got to use the televised YouTube cast of the city council meeting last time, and it was really good. And especially the little button you push that says city council meeting, it takes you right to it. The only other thing I saw that looked a little, was hard to understand is unless you stand right in front of this microphone, as you have said, you cannot be heard.
That's right.
And I was wondering, it may not be in the budget, or there may be a technical reason, but if maybe we could get some like collar microphones or something for people to wear like they do on newscasts on televisions. So somebody could stand here and somebody else could have that's going to be up here for a while. And that was it.
Thank you. Thank you for those
Mr. Riddle,
suggestions.
I want to rewind, if you don't mind.
Uh-huh.
I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. You attempted to send a picture to onit@leonvalleytexas.gov?
Uh-huh.
Okay, and it did not go through because it was too large?
Because my picture was too large for it.
Okay, I've never heard of that. Have you,
I
Crystal?
just got, I don't know, William can contest this. I sent him 5 pictures earlier today.
Yeah, I've seen emails with more than one
It
picture,
kept
so
on
something's
popping up
wrong.
a screen that's saying you cannot send more than 5 meg
I think he was trying to do it via the Onit form.
form, right?
The form.
Okay,
So
not
that's
the
why I
email.
said he needs to send
Okay.
it via email. The form is
Okay.
through our website, and so it's not going to hold a very large
Okay.
picture.
Yeah.
So do you understand the way to do it now?
Oh, yeah, and I had
Okay.
done it that way before, but
Okay.
it'd been so long since I'd done it, I'd forgot that you could
Okay,
just
I
send
just
an
wanted to
email.
make sure we were accessible to you. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riddle. Any other questions for the manager? Okay. Yeah, we encourage everyone to use the Onit to report any kind of code or concern that you might have in the city. It's a good program. All right, then moving to citizens to be heard. Agenda item number 4. Anybody in our chambers that would like to address the council at this time, please come forward and state your name and your address for the record, just where you live. Okay, seeing no one, then we'll move to announcements by the mayor and city council members. We'll start over here with Councilor Edwards.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for coming out tonight. Good turnout, and appreciate you joining us, and that's about it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Rodriguez.
I'll back up what Dr. Edwards is saying. Thank you for everybody coming out tonight. Just let you know that we do appreciate all of our citizens, all of our voters, and of course, definitely all of our employees.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Mayor Pro Tem Alcacer.
I ditto both comments, and also congratulations to Melinda. That's a terrific thing that she has done for the city, and as she knows, I'm usually one of her biggest fans.
Thank you. Councilor Martinez.
I just wonder if Melinda started working when she was 5 years old? Oh, 6 years old, okay.
Yeah.
Just to let everybody know, the Northwest San Antonio Chamber of Commerce is having their meeting tomorrow at the Marriott on 151. And the food there is fantastic. You guys need to come just for the food. But I know that I forget the name of the guest speaker, but it's supposed to be a very good presentation. Other than that, thank you guys for showing up tonight. How bad it's outside.
Thank you. Councilor Jordan.
Yes, just would like to thank everyone for coming out tonight. I volunteered at Bashir Bash this past Saturday. We had over 100 volunteers, and it was chilly initially in the morning, but it was a great opportunity to go out and talk to the citizens and the volunteers that came out, and we got the creek cleaned up and looks real nice. So it was a good experience. Thank you for coming out, and have a good evening.
Okay, thank you. Again, just welcome to everyone. And the only other thing I wanted to add to the announcements is that the Forest Oaks neighborhood group, it's a kind of a loose group, is going to have a meeting on Thursday, March the 7th at 6:30 at the library. And this is kind of a follow-up meeting. Chief Savaggio met with them maybe about 3 or 4 months ago. Now we've got an issue of Google Fiber coming in, so he wants to educate our citizens on that and then follow up on any other neighborhood issues that we might have. So anyone from Forest Oaks that would like to come or in the city, please join us on March the 7th at 6:30 at the library. And thanks to everyone else for being here. Really appreciate it. All right. Moving then to the consent agenda. We have a consent agenda items number 1, 2, and 3. Is there anyone on the council that would like to pull any of those consent agenda items for discussion?
I'd like to pull item 6.3 for further discussion.
6.3, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Martinez, did you have something that you wanted to pull?
Yes, on the sign advisory committee minutes.
I'm sorry, consent agenda 6.1C?
Oh, wait, it was back up in the manager's report, the sign code advisory minutes, I'm sorry. No, I'll talk about that offline then.
Mayor?
Okay. Yes, I've got people talking to me up here, so let me focus in on this. Councilor Rodriguez said 6.3. She's made an error. She wants 6.2 to be pulled. Okay. So let me correct that first. Thank you. And then Councilor Martinez, you're saying that you want to discuss the sign code
the minutes for the sign code committee.
And you have some amendments to that, or?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess just, I don't know who, just.
I'm sorry, you wanted to do what?
Briefly, the minutes for the sign code committee states that William Cox was there and then the members, but then later in the minutes, it lists that Brandon spoke up. So he wasn't listed as a staff member that attended.
Okay. You didn't vote on them yet, though. Did they vote, or are they supposed
I don't know if the sign committee voted on the meeting. So William Cox is the staff liaison to that committee, but Brandon did do a presentation. So did the sign committee already vote on those meeting minutes?
Those meetings have been approved, yes.
They have been approved.
Last meeting, this last Monday.
And is there an error in them because Brandon was there?
I believe on the front top part he's mentioned there. I think what you're saying is it doesn't say staff member.
In any case, Mr. Cox, you can put it back on your next agenda as an amend the committee minutes.
Absolutely. Apologize about the oversight.
That's okay. Those things happen. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Okay. Anybody else want to pull anything else out besides Ms. Rodriguez, Councilor Rodriguez 6.2?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, that's right. You were looking at me. I apologize.
Yes, Mayor. If we're going to pull 6.2, then you can't approve 6.3 before 6.2 because 6.3 is appointing members after 6.2 has been approved, if it's approved.
Okay. All right. So why don't we approve 6.1, A, B, and C and then we'll have a discussion on 6.2 and 6.3. How's that? Is that all right? Okay, very good. May I have a motion to approve consent agenda item 6.1?
I so move.
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Martinez to approve consent agenda item 6.1. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to consent agenda item 6.2, discussion and possible action on a resolution adding 2 alternate member positions to the Economic and Community Development Advisory Committee and changing the requirement of an annual financial review to a quarterly financial review. And we have Mr. Cox here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So a little history of where we are is on April 18, 2017, the City Council created the Economic and Community Development Advisory Committee. The resolution allowed for the committee to vet projects, provide council with input and advice on proposed economic and community development ventures, meet on an as-needed basis, and meet annually to provide oversight on the expenditures. During the February 4th, 2019 council meeting, Mayor Riley suggested added alternative positions to the Economic and Community Development Advisory Committee. Council voted to bring back the amendment, creating 2 alternate positions for consideration. The city manager, who is staff liaison to the committee, also suggested these amendments. The city manager would also like to council to consider the amendments where the committee meets on a quarterly basis to review financials. These would look like this. Section 1 would read, the City of Leon Valley Economic and Community Development Advisory Committee will now have 2 alternative members. Section 2, we will meet quarterly to provide oversight on the expenditures allocated to the applicable portion of the 1/8% sales and use tax. The City of Leon Valley it is equitable to utilize the funds as requested by the taxpayer and to have a vetting process to engage funds that are used pursuant to the intent of the ballot language and affirmative vote of the Leon Valley citizens on November 2016. The economic development is 1/2 of the funds will be used towards economic development projects of the 1/8% sales and use tax, which will be directed to the general fund, and there's no fiscal impact. Our strategic goals include the creation of this committee is in line with the city's goal, future economic development, and this should assist in the assurance of responsible economic development where taxpayer dollars are spent and vetted and then approved by City Council. The city manager recommends approving these amendments to the resolution with the council's discretion.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Councilor Rodriguez.
I think I'm okay with the clarifications.
Okay, so no further discussions
I'm good.
or questions on this particular agenda item? Okay, anything else? Yes, Councilor Martinez.
One thing that caught my attention is that 1/2 of the 1/8% will go to economic development, so that leaves 1/2 to community development. And I don't think we need to put that restriction. That should be an item that the committee should be empowered to, to direct how the funds are going to be used. Because, we may have a quarter or we may have one deal where we're going to use most of the money for economic development or whatever project comes on. And the next time we may have some community developments. And I don't think we should tie the committee's hands with that limitation.
That was a recommendation. That was a recommendation from the citizens during our
Yes,
town hall meeting.
Mayor and council, that's what I was going to say, that the citizens voted on that. It was a part of the ballot.
I don't know if it was a part of the ballot, but it was a part of the town hall meeting when we, right.
Mayor,
I don't
council,
believe
the
it was-
ballot did not specify 50/50. It did specify community development projects. But then when we went to the town hall meeting, once it was created, citizens voted overwhelmingly to split that to do 50% community development and 50% economic development. And of course, you have to have a community development project that somebody brings forward. And many of them, such as I'm thinking of the silo one, that's kind of could be interchangeable. It could be considered either.
That's right.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Economic and community development are much
They are.
together.
Mhm.
So I
Yeah.
think it'll be all right. But yeah, I recall that as well. And I think the rest of the counselors that were there.
Right, it wasn't something that was imposed by the staff. It was the citizens' input, 50%. It was a vote overwhelmingly to split it half and half on the projects.
That's right. Okay, thank you. All right, with that clarification, may I have a motion to approve agenda item 6.2 as presented?
I so move.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Jordan to approve agenda item number 6.2 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to consent agenda item 6.3, discussion and possible action on a resolution appointing members to the Citizens Police Advisory Committee and the Economic and Community Development Advisory Committee. And Ms. Postley, you were saying that we had to take that one in after the 6.2, so if y'all just want to vote on it, yeah, I mean, whoever, but yeah. Three. Yeah, we can just vote on it.
And I make a motion, we approve it as
Okay, very good,
presented.
thank you. It's a little out of, usually the consent agenda is all approved, so it's a little, we're a little fish out of water here tonight. Okay, so we have a motion by Councilor Martinez to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Edwards to approve the resolution appointing the members to these two committees. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I oppose.
Okay, so we have 4 ayes and one oppose. Okay, thank you very much. Moving then to agenda item number 7, ordinance. This is our second read. Ms. Pasolay, if you'll please read ordinance number 7.1.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, City Council amending Section 15.02.722 of the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances regarding procedures of the Board of Adjustment and criteria for evaluating requests and appeals, special exceptions and variances, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
All right, thank you.
Evening, Mayor,
Good
Council.
evening, Brandon. How are you?
I'm well. How are you, Mayor?
Community Development Director. All right, do you have anything to add on this particular?
I do not have anything to add on this item,
Okay.
other than that there was, I think, an exhibit that was added to your packet regarding
Right.
some feedback that we had received from a professional in the field regarding the discussion this evening.
Okay, very good. So, yes, this was a memo that we got from Ms., well, it was actually to Denise Frederick from the, how do you pronounce that?
Borges.
Borojorquez Law Firm. Right. And, you know, I agree with, you know, a lot of what he's saying because it follows the statutory language about the BOA not literally, let me put my glasses on, that would help, not be literally applied to a particular piece of property. The applicant must demonstrate that a literal enforcement of the ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship, and that the spirit of the zoning ordinance itself, so that substantial justice is done. And anyway, it goes on, but I had a question. Did you, and this is, and I meant to look it up on the last agenda, and I did not have a chance to do it, but did you say that we do not want to grant variances? Is that something you said last time? And then I think I read, it was in, my apologies, on the fences. I guess I read also that you had said that the Board of Adjustment may not issue variances except for in rare and unique circumstances. So I guess I was just wondering, what was that based on? Is that an ordinance that we have, or?
Your question is, what was my statement based on?
Yeah, exactly.
That's generally the way the case law reads, and that's also generally the way variances are approached by the state in terms of the instances in which they should be awarded. They should be awarded in very rare circumstances.
Okay.
When there is a hardship, and when that hardship is based on very unique circumstances, such as something based on the land, or something that is unique from that particular piece of property that does not exist anywhere else in the city.
Okay.
So
And-
yes, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, finish, I'm
I was
sorry.
going to say, so, based on that, yes, the incidents when a city does award a variance should be very rare and few.
Okay. And I still have an issue with, and but just with all due respect, I just look at it differently. And on question 4, on page 3 of Mr. Borges's email, I noticed that it was different than our ordinance, and I wondered why. I wanted to know why. Because again, I guess I respectfully disagree that we are not in the business of granting variances. I think we need to have that option. We need to have that tool, because people need relief. And if we make it so very difficult, then we're never going to grant a variance. And that's a concern that I have as a citizen. But on exhibit,
I think the difference is what, at least from my discussions, and correct me if I'm wrong, Brandon, if the code is good and restructured, you don't have to grant all the variances if you have a good solid code and a well-planned city, right, Brandon?
Absolutely.
That was
Yes,
the
ma'am.
purpose of that statement.
Absolutely. There's a relationship between the codes and the laws that you have and the Board of Adjustment. And, that's the goal, is to always be looking at our laws, reviewing our laws, and making sure that those laws are fair and they're equitable and they reflect the nature of the city, making sure those laws reflect the nature of existing development that we have, making sure that those laws reflect the nature of current development trends, making sure those laws reflect the nature of our topography and the desire of the community and the vision of the community for what it wants to be. So that's the goal. That's the relationship. Always making sure that the laws that we have are good and just, and in setting up structures that, in the rare circumstances where it is not fair, or it is not just, or it is not equitable to enforce that law, then a variance may be granted. And that is the purpose of this criteria, is making sure that this criteria gives strength to our codes and our laws. That way, at the end of the day, we're able to maintain the integrity of the laws and continue to implement the vision of the city. And the more instances where you give a variance away, and if they're not based on strict criteria, then you run the risk of setting precedent and taking away the strength of the law, and in its worst case, rendering laws unenforceable.
Well, the biggest thing I saw, especially from this memo that we didn't have last time, but that we have this time, is on Exhibit B. The Texas courts have interpreted these 2 statutory conditions as requiring the applicant to show that the hardship is, and the attorney, again, A, B, C, D, and E are the same from our proposed Exhibit B and his, but there's a big difference. We have the word "and" after each one of them. He does not, and under 4, he has "or." So I guess the way I look at that is that you don't have to have them all, you just have to have one. Because he does not have the word "and." It's just self-imposed or not simply a hindrance of the developer's goals. So I was wondering why it is different.
So what staff is proposing, Denise?
Mayor and Council, I think what he expressed, or what I thought he expressed in the memo, was that those 5 criteria come from case law, And it's not a matter of picking and choosing between which one that we can apply. We have to apply them all because the courts have determined that these are the things, this is the laundry list. These are the prongs that you have to apply in order for the applicant. This is what the applicant must show, and these are the prongs that must be met. And the courts have determined this. It's not, you can't pick and choose from them. You have to apply them all.
Well, he doesn't use the word and. He just uses the word or, and that's a big, big distinction the way I read it. So
I just think that he was just listing them. I'm sorry, but he was just listing them. He wasn't, I don't think he was, I hate to speak for him, but I did speak to him on the phone, and we did have a long consultation, and I did go over whether or not, I specifically asked him the question of whether or not they all must be met, and he said they do. So,
well, I just feel like, that's taking away that, when it's that strict, it's taking that away from our BOA's judgment, their discretion to grant a variance. Did they grant a variance on the last meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
They did?
Yes.
Okay. And the way I've looked at the reading of your cases that you've given me, Ms. Frederick, is that once the BOA makes a decision, whether in the affirmative or in the negative, it is extremely hard for that decision to be overturned by the courts. They really, really value whatever decision the BOA has made. So, anyway, okay, that was a glaring error in my book, and I don't know why we have and we should just maybe mirror his. That's what I was requesting tonight. So,
Mayor and Council, if I may, we did have a decision, and we did speak with outside counsel in the last meeting. But what I wanted to let you know was that you can use any criteria that you want as far as what the BOA uses to determine whether or not to grant a variance. But the case law tells us what the applicant must meet and what the applicant must show, regardless of whatever criteria you have. So the criteria, the prongs that must be met is what's required under the law, under state law. You can have in your code a criteria of what the city would like to see happen, like you have in your code. We don't have to necessarily change the criteria that you have in your code, but we will at some point in the future have to train the Board of Adjustments on what the state law requires as far as what must be met in order to be granted a variance.
okay, thank you. Anything else? Yes, Councilor Jordan.
I think due to the fact that the variance was granted last meeting at the BOA, I think two variances was granted. It shows that it's not an impossible threshold to meet, and they should be stringent in the rules of enforcing the laws that we have on the book. People, as it says here, you shouldn't be able to just come and get a variance because of convenience or for financial reason, whatever. So I think the system is working in the way it's designed to work, and the fact that we still are granting variances is a testament to that.
But this criteria was not used in the last case, correct? It was our current law, which allows
Our current
for a little
criteria
bit
was
more
used
flexibility.
for evaluating
So,
the request.
Yeah, that's the only distinction. I'm saying if we go to this, it's going to be very, very difficult.
But not impossible.
Not impossible, but it's going to be pretty
That's
hard.
my point. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, Councilor Martinez.
Okay, I don't know where to start, but I've got quite a bit to go in here. Let's see, the Board of Adjustment, we've already agreed that it's a quasi-judicial board. And this is straight from state law, section 211.008 of the Local Government Code. It states the Board of Adjustment may hear and decide an appeal that alleges an error in an order, requirement, decision, or determination made by an administrative official in the enforcement of this subchapter or an ordinance adopted under this subchapter. This is part of the checks and balances of our form of government. The way I read this proposed ordinance, it takes away the checks and balances of the ordinance, and it gives staff the final determination, and it'll make it very, very difficult for anybody to bring an action against to the Board of Adjustment. And here's the important part that I think it's getting obfuscated in here. The Board of Adjustment to hear and decide special exemptions to the terms of the zoning ordinance when the ordinance requires, and this is the important part, authorize in specific cases a variance from the terms of the zoning ordinance if the variance is not contrary to the public interest and due to special conditions, a literal enforcement of the ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship, and to the spirit of the ordinance is observed and substantial justice done. So that is the and of the law. That is what the law states. Then it goes on further to state the following are criteria which the Board of Adjustment considers in cases. Considers. It's not and, it's considers. The hardship must not be self-created. For example, platting of tracts into irregular shaped lots. The property must have specific conditions in which the literal enforcement of the ordinance would create a hardship for the property owner different from his neighbors or other similar properties. The variance must not result in granting special advantage to the property not available to other similar properties, and the variance must not result in allowing a change of use of the property not permitted within the zoning classification. And it's my understanding and my reading of this proposed ordinance, it goes far beyond the state requirements. In fact, your last, in Exhibit B, if you could come, call up Exhibit B. Okay. Basically, under two variances, the applicant must show that hardship is no. If that line was removed, that's a discretionary purpose of the Board of Adjustment, and they have to only look at the first four. 5 is not in state law. That is something that I guess you would like to see, but it's not one of the criteria that's in state law. That's where I agree with the mayor in her rationale. This is if this is passed, it'll be almost it'll take the checks and balances away. It'll give staff a lot of power, and staff can make any decision they want, and that's going to be it. There's no recourse for the citizens of this city to bring an action before the Board of Adjustment.
May I rebut that, Mayor?
Yes, you sure may.
Mayor and Council, staff has nothing to do with what the law says. The court determined that based on the statute, the courts determined that these are the things, these are the prongs, this is the laundry list that the applicant must show that a hardship is. The courts, the state courts, up to the Supreme Court of Texas, determined these prongs that said that the applicant must show in order to receive a variance. Staff has nothing to do with it. I don't legislate. We don't run any courts. We don't run any judiciary. It's up to the state judiciary, and it was up to the case law that I provided City Council with that shows these prongs that must be met in order for the applicant to prevail in receiving a variance on the laws that you set down as a City Council. And the whole point of us not of the city council or the city of Leon Valley should not be to weaken your own laws. In granting variances, you're weakening your own laws. And one of the opinions from Mr. Borjarquez was that Board of Adjustment should be bored. They should be bored. They should have nothing to do because your laws are so strong. They should never have a variance come up. So, and that's the opinion of the Texas Municipal League. That's the opinion of the experts. Mr. Borjarquez wrote the treaty on Board of Adjustments, zoning laws, and municipal regulations. So I would have to defer to him and the courts. Thank you.
I just wanted to add one thing too. Councilor Martinez brought up appeals. So appeals and variances and special exceptions are three different types of requests considered by Board of Adjustment. So these revisions are not proposing to change any of the criteria by which an appeal is considered. What we're primarily talking about here is variances. And so there aren't any changes being made to appeals. There aren't any changes being made to anybody's ability to appeal my decision or any other administrator's decision. That's not changing here. That is an option that does exist, will always exist, and everybody can agree is something that's very important, that someone has the ability to come forth to the Board of Adjustment and ask and plead their case. So there's no change being made here. This is a change to the variance criteria, which, as Mrs. Frederick pointed out, these changes are intended to preserve the integrity of your laws.
Right. Well, don't want to beat the horse dead here, but again, if he's the expert, like you said, I don't understand why our ordinance does not reflect his 5 criteria in question 4. That's my question. He doesn't use the word and. So on A, he delete the and, B, delete the and, C, delete the and, not self-imposed. Instead of and, he has or. So I just wanted it to reflect the experts, that's all. So, all right, thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
Yes,
Counselor.
Mayor, I'd like to see where you're talking about.
Oh, right here.
I see on here, I just don't see.
Did you get the memo from Denise?
In the
Yeah, it's right there.
packet.
And that's what's been bothering me since I read it. I don't know why ours is not mirroring the experts. So that's, and again, I think it gives that flexibility that I think, again, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have any variances at all. I think we should be able to on a case-by-case basis. And what I'm hearing the manager and you say is that once we get our codes up to snuff, then we wouldn't have any reason to grant a variance. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
No. Once codes are up to speed and you have a well-planned city, you don't need as many variances.
Yeah, okay.
So it doesn't mean you wouldn't have any.
Yeah.
It just means you wouldn't have that same
Anyway,
number.
so that's the only thing. So that's, you know, it's in black and white. So
Is that right, Brandon?
all right. Yes. Did you have a comment as well?
I wouldn't have a problem just putting the and after D, but
After what?
after D, as long as it's there. But the significant thing is if you look at all the other ones that he brought in from the other cities, they're almost without exception. Helotes is the only main one. They all have similar or same provisions that we do. And when Mr. Martinez was reading over and over again, he used the term must. Must is an absolute, and it has the same effect as the and. So they must show those things. You can't just, it doesn't say that you can pick and choose which ones you want to do. What we learned, the purpose of the Board of Adjustment is supposed to be stringent. They're not a special, it's not like a jury saying, oh, well, he looks all right because of the way he's dressed, and so therefore he's not guilty. We don't have that prerogative in our Board of Adjustment. and just giving them carte blanche to say, oh, well, this person comes in and, oh, they've had it forever and therefore they should be exempted now, when it was never right. We'll have everybody doing whatever they want to, and that's what we're trying to change in the city. But look at, if you just read through them, they're using a technicality, and whether or not he intended the or in that letter, you're making it like an absolute. And if you go like the case law and all of the footnotes from his presentation, you can see the reference is that you've got to have these factors, and how it's written, and you're playing semantics and trying to give to a board something that will free up people to do whatever they want. And that's what we're trying to change in Leon Valley, so that we have more consistency. We don't have as many problems. So we're trying to change our law to make it equal to make things better. And if we don't do that, if we find that then we've become oppressive, I don't think we will find that. If you listen to the people that come in and ask for these, well, yeah, it's just cheaper to do it this way, so I'd rather not do it. So is that a reason? No. That's merely financial, and that's self-imposed. They built something that they shouldn't have built because they never had permission. They never had a permit. They never had a variance granted, but they built it and they said, oh, well, I just didn't know, and so therefore I should be exempt, or my variance should be granted after the fact. That's not where we're headed, and that's what we need to stop. And I don't have a problem with it. That's the purpose of the board. We're not out there. Otherwise, why would we even have the board? So
that was my question last time.
But we still need it. There's still chances that there is something that somebody didn't know about, and that's what they have to show. Well, when I went in here, I didn't know about that, so I'm going to show this board that this was, it's not just because I want to save some bucks, and no, I didn't knock down all the trees and now I'll say forgive me. Now I put up a fence and so therefore I should be approved. It's just not right, and that's what's been happening, and there has to be some way to deal with it, and this is a good start and maybe a good permanent solution, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, yes, Councilor Edwards.
Yes, I think there's always debate in the law about how things are interpreted, and the idea, is kind of at play here with the attorney that was consulted due to the issue of the and or are position there in the document. And I think there are other attorneys that would disagree with this and say that you do not have to meet all 5 criteria in order to get a variance. In fact, I'm very sure of that. So I just want to say, I think in the law there's always a debate and an interpretation. And I think we do need to leave some discretion for the Board of Adjustment. There won't be very few variances. And I think we have to leave leeway for there to be some. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? All righty. All right, so good discussion. What is the pleasure? This is a second read on this particular agenda item 7.1.
I make a motion that we approve the this ordinance as presented.
I'll second.
Yes, I'm so sorry. Let's hear from the citizens. You bet.
I'll hold my second.
Could we hold your second and hold your first? Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yes, I'm always really good about wanting to hear from y'all, and very good. Thank you for keeping me in
I
check.
thought I'd fell asleep there.
Oh, my gosh. No, 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 not at all. Okay. Good
Anyway,
evening,
as,
Mr. Riddle.
As y'all know, I'm on the Board of Adjustment, and Lynn over here is also on the Board of Adjustment. And we have followed this with, I printed out my copy at house. That's how important this is to me and my representation of the City of Leon Valley to the business folks and residential folks here, okay? First of all, I certainly respect what Brandon does for us and what he has done for us, and I always respect his opinion. But I also respect Mr. Martinez's opinion. Is if you want, you know, our procedure that we put in place, I think 2 or 3 months back, was Brandon to make recommendations to us on what we should do with the request. Either approve it or don't approve it, and why. Okay. Now, he does that with the applicant also. He says, this is what you need to meet. Now, if he's going to head off the applicant at his office, then you don't need a Board of Adjustment. We'll go home and sleep. Because he'll have to tell him, you don't meet the criteria for this variance, so you can still bring it up to the board, but they're not going to approve it because you don't meet the criteria. And you're taking away our voice and allowing people to stand up here and say why they believe they should have it. If nothing else, they get it off their chest for them. Okay. Now, previous variances we've approved have been approved on sound logic and for valid reasons. It's not because we're running willy-nilly, letting people put up trees or chop down trees whenever they want to. We have reasons we're doing it, and we state the reasons when we make the motion. So, if Brandon is going to get with the board and go over this criteria that he is expecting us to use. He has not done that, and that is something that I will absolutely insist on. Otherwise, I don't want to be on the board. If y'all can explain this to me.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Riddle. Do appreciate it. Yes. Good evening, Ms. Joseph, and welcome.
Down a little bit.
There you go.
And Joseph, Leon Valley. I pretty much agree with everything that Brandon said, and I do want to make a couple of additional comments. Attorney Fredericks mentioned that in her last meeting that she had outside counsel, and that was for a completely different issue. That wasn't for the what we're discussing now, and I would like that corrected.
I'm sorry. Was that on the memo that we got? Is that what you're saying, or is there something different? I just wanted
Just
to
something
clarify.
that she said here in just a few minutes ago, that when we had our last meeting, that she had gotten
your last
information
BOA meeting. Okay,
yeah,
thank
that
you.
we had gotten outside information. The information we got was for a completely different issue that we had met in executive session.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, the reason why I mentioned that we had outside counsel was to make the point that when you make a decision, it can make a decision as long as it's not arbitrary and capricious. And the criteria that you have is not arbitrary, or and some of it is outdated, and I think some of it is arbitrary. But the decisions that you guys have made thus far have not been arbitrary and capricious, even though you haven't used the criteria. And I think I tried to explain it to you the last time we met, what the law was with regard to what the case law was. But what I'm trying to say is that without going into detail of what happened in executive session, just wanted to bring up the fact that you can have different criteria from what I said here, but you still have to abide by and comply with case law that we set out here as the different prongs that the applicant must meet.
Well, let me start over. You had just stated a moment ago that you had had seeked outside information on this, and you did not. Let me finish, please. That you did not seek information. You did seek outside information, but it was not for the reason that we were in executive session. It was for another discussion that we were having.
Yeah,
I've got that backwards. I'm sorry, that the discussion we were having, you didn't seek information. We had been discussing what is going on now with this information. We have not been emotional in our decisions. What I'm hearing is that most of you are dissatisfied with the BOA. And I don't see the transparency in why. What have we done? We have done what we could with the information that was given to us and with what the applicant brought to us. There were some circumstances that they felt like those people needed to have their variance. And my problem is that when I started the BOA, we were given a list of criteria that we were to meet for accepting or denying the variances. Those, since in the last 3 months, I'm sorry, Denise, you're shaking your head.
I'm not, I'm just thinking.
Since several months ago, we have talked about this. This is the first time that we've really been given this to look at as a board, the new one. And what I asked Denise about 3 council meetings back was this based on cases that she had found. In other words, she had taken part of the old and brought cases in. You had stated at the city council that you had taken information from other cases and applied them to this to make it a stronger case. And I asked you if it was for the lawsuits that we'd had. And we were trying to tie that up more. And I understand that we need to do something more, but I don't think it needs to be where it is absolute, that the BOA has to absolutely follow every one of these, because there are people that have come to us with some problems that they need to have. I can give an example. We have someone that is over in an area that is all kind of a warehousing looking area, and they want to bring in a business that is a veterinarian. It's a beautiful building. It looks very nice in Leon Valley, but it does not meet with all the other buildings that are in there. So do we tell that person, no, you can't build in this area because you don't match these other buildings? Go find another lot. So that's what I felt like these type of variances would have restricted us to say, no, you don't have kind of a warehouse look to you. So that's a dilemma. Are you going to turn somebody away because they don't exactly look like? And I know that's what we're trying to do in Leon Valley, and we need it desperately. We need to put stricter codes, but I don't think that it needs to be, I'm just not happy with this. And I feel the same as Mr. Frody. I don't want to be on the board because I don't think there's going to be a board anymore. I guess that's all I have to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Malan.
Thank you again, Mayor and Council. I just want to reiterate my respect for the board and the job that they do. A BOA is one of the most important citizen-led committee or boards for any city. It's crucial that mechanism is there, and as Councilor Martinez pointed out, that is part of the checks and balances for the citizens. But I think the main thing that we're discussing tonight is when a variance is equitable to be awarded. And I just want to build on what Mrs. Joseph mentioned about a business coming in, and if they're proposing a nice building that's maybe not in keeping with the other buildings, but it doesn't meet the law. I would say that's not the role of a BOA to make a subjective decision like that. That is the role of a design committee or another committee that is looking at whether or not design is appropriate. The BOA is not. It's not their role to evaluate. Well, it looks nice anyway, so we'll go ahead and approve it. That's not the measure by which a Board of Adjustment considers a variance, and so definitely design is a key thing to discuss in this community. But there are other mechanisms to address such issues other than a Board of Adjustment, which has a very fine focused task to do, which is to decide, is this law just to apply or not. And again, I just want to again share and just build on just as your staff, as your planner, Mr. Riddle respectfully mentioned the Board of Adjustment having a voice. I would respectfully say that the Board of Adjustment shouldn't have a voice. Their role is to wait for variances or appeals or different things to come to them and evaluate that on its merits, similar to a Supreme Court, evaluating whether a law is just and interpret specifically the laws that you have. So there isn't a need for the Board of Adjustment to meet regularly or have a voice. That their role and their need is to consider variances and appeals when brought before the board. I hope that helps.
I just wanted to.
I have
Mayor,
a question.
if I may?
Yes.
I just wanted to rebut what Ms. Joseph said. I think she was, no disrespect, that I feel like you were trying to discredit what I said earlier about when I brought up the fact that we had spoken with outside counsel. I wanted to bring that up, but I didn't want to go into detail about what we discussed in executive session. But I wanted to say that outside counsel agreed with me that you did not make decisions arbitrarily and capricious. That's why I said outside counsel in that instance. But I did go for outside counsel for this particular issue, and I gave all the city council people a copy of the memo. So I just wanted to clear that up, Mayor.
I just have a question for Brandon. If an applicant comes to you and wants a variance, my understanding is that you don't turn them away. You would simply recommend that the variance be denied to the board, and then the board would decide. Is that correct?
Absolutely. I do not
Okay,
turn anybody away.
the way somebody made it sound was like you would turn them away if they
No,
didn't. That's
absolutely.
not what I understood. Okay.
No, ma'am. When somebody, it's a pretty fluid process when we're working with developers of, usually looking at preliminary designs. Usually in the design process, we start working with them before they've even submitted for building permit. And we work with them and help them identify the issues that they have. And in some cases, if there are certain regulations that they're not willing to meet, and then staff always advises them, we'll hear your options. And one of those options is always a variance. And, we always, work with people to let them know. I mean, a lot of times the individuals may not be experienced with a Board of Adjustment. And frankly, here's your role. They'll ask, are you going to plead the case for me? No, that's not my role. It's your role to do that. I present the facts and I let them know what the criteria is and the different, what it is their task is. So it's definitely a fluid process. It's definitely a process where we advise them along the way, and frankly, let them know here's, you don't want to lead people along to make them think they're going to get something that they're not. So we're always very upfront with people, but it's always up to them. It's their decision.
All right. Very good. Yes, Mr. Riddle. And then, did somebody else on the council wanted to have a say before we move back to the motion? Yes, Mr. Riddle.
I just want to say, the Bandera Center down here, which is a strip mall, it's got the motorcycle shop in the front of it.
Mm-hmm.
I know the owner of that, and he was talking to me about a sign for his business, and of course, he wanted an electronic sign like we're going to put on the library.
Mm-hmm.
And I was explaining to him that we normally will not approve that kind of sign. And I told him I was on the Board of Adjustment and told him why we would not. I said, he had already done all the upfront work with his sign company to get drawings and all of that, he told me. And he said, after I've done all this work, the sign company told me that Leon Valley is not business friendly and they will not approve this. And he
Okay.
said, and I've had other owners tell me that.
Okay.
That's
All
all
right,
I
thank
can
you.
tell you.
It's
And
a little
I
off
told
topic
him,
with the BOA, so with
right, I
yeah,
told him, I said,
these criteria.
we also have a sign committee meeting.
Mhm,
I said,
right.
and I told him when that was, and I said, I invited him to come to that. I said, if nothing else, bring your stuff, tell your story, get it off your chest.
Very good. All right, thank you for those comments. Yes. Mr. Prophet. Whoops. Good evening and welcome.
Hi, I'm Larry Prophet. I live at 6307 Rue Sophie. I've been on the Zoning Commission for 4 years. It's not been made clear that not only do these rules apply to BOA, they apply to zoning. When we have to offer a variance or provide a variance, then we are locked into these as well. Just want everybody to know that. Okay, so the expectation of zoning is the same. The other thing is that BOA was never consulted on any of this. And the premise was that that all belongs to zoning, that they make all the rules for the Board of Adjustment. I found that personally insulting, that the BOA would not be consulted about this.
Mm.
We voted on this a couple of times, moved it around, and individually they don't look too imposing, but I have to side with the mayor. This is you're trying to do too much in one place, in my opinion. And I also just kind of want to put in context the fact that there's been absolutely no training for BOA or zoning or EDC. So you're beginning to run off committees. So when you come up and you talk about actions that the BOA's taken or even the zoning commission's taken, they did the best they could, probably. They weren't told what to do or instructed or asked. They were handed something, they said, read it, we expect you to understand it. In the case of one particular BOA, a member skipped being an alternate, came to a meeting and made a decision that was impactful, very impactful.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
all I'm saying is it affects other than just the BOA.
Okay, I didn't. Thank you. Would you clarify that? Do these criteria also apply to the zoning?
I wasn't
was
aware
just
that
the-
zoning provided variances, but they make the rules or Brandon have to answer that for
Okay,
the
'cause
BOA.
that's news to me.
The zoning commission, these rules do not apply to the zoning commission in terms of enforcement. These laws apply to the zoning commission in that the regulations are located in Chapter 15 of the zoning code, and the zoning commission has authority to make recommendations on changing them. And again, I use the comparison of the Congress versus the Supreme Court. The zoning commission and the council, y'all are the lawmakers. And the Board of Adjustment is the Supreme Court. And so in terms of consulting the Board of Adjustment, that would be like consulting the Supreme Court and making laws. And again, further using that comparison, if the Supreme Court never met, that means that the laws of the country are great laws and nobody's ever challenging them and everybody follows them. So that would be a good thing if the Supreme Court never met, because then the laws are great. So the same thing applies to the Board of Adjustment. The Board of Adjustment should not have a voice. They're not a zoning commission tasked with planning this community or tasked with deciding, well, this building doesn't meet the regulations, but it still looks great anyway, so we should approve it. No, that is not the role of the Board of Adjustment. They're not a design commission. They're not a zoning commission. They're not lawmakers. They have a very specific focus, and just like the Supreme Court does, and decide, is this law just to be enforced? Does the law uphold? And when, in that case, when the Supreme Court decides that a law is unjust, the law changes. And so, and that's the same thing that applies here at this city. If there is a decision made by the Board of Adjustment that the zoning commission or the city council decides If that decision was, if a variance was denied, and the lawmakers here in this room decide that variance should have been approved, or decides that person shouldn't have been able to, or should not have to follow that law, and that the law needs, then you decide the law is changed, needs to be changed, and you can change the law. So that's the check and the balance. And in terms of appeals, that will always stay in there. Somebody, always has the ability to come and appeal a decision. So I hope that offers a little bit more clarity on what the role of the BOA is and what we're talking about this evening. Again, in terms of the difference between and/or, I would just urge the council to look at those requirements and decide, why would you want to give a variance to someone if one of those criteria existed? Why would you want to give a variance away if they met A, B, D, or E, but maybe it was still, obviously for financial reasons? Why would you want to give a variance away for that? So I hope that helps to kind of clear up all the loose ends on the discussion.
Okay, let's see. Mr. Prophet, you had something else, Mr. Martinez, and then Ms. Alcacer.
Yeah, I just want to comment that I asked that question twice in zoning, and we were told that would apply. So just for the record.
Okay. I don't know. He said that he asked that question twice in zoning, and he said that these criteria would apply.
No, there
That
have
was
been
just a
questions asked,
misunderstanding.
No, I've been very clear at zoning commission and here. Here's why the zoning commission, I told the zoning commission, this is why you're considering the criteria, because it's in your zoning code. And state law says any changes to your zoning code, any changes that are proposed, the zoning commission has to consider those changes because it's their code. We're going through rewriting the entire zoning code, and that's the zoning commission that has to go before y'all. But the zoning commission does not enforce this section. They do not enforce variances to their code. But all zoning codes have variance provisions. So that's why they consider that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Martinez. And
Before we go to a vote, I just want to reiterate that there's only 2 state law requirements that the Board of Adjustment has to meet. And, I read them earlier. There's only 2. What's listed here, A through E, or A through D, are part of state law. And state law says the zoning, or the Board of Adjustment should consider, not must, they should consider these. So that gives the power to the Board of Adjustment, not to staff, and making all these mandatory. Remember, let's follow state law. State law, there's only 2 requirements that the Board of Adjustment has to follow.
Okay.
These are...
Thank you.
Huh? Here's the state law. Do you want to see the state law?
That's
here's-
the way you're interpreting
argue.
it,
We're not
Mr.
gonna argue.
Martinez, is
Yeah.
incorrect.
Okay. Here's state law.
That's fine. Ms. Alcacer?
Yes, I just wanted a clarification because we aren't here criticizing the Board of Adjustment. Our role is to set the criteria by which the Board of Adjustment goes forward. And it's my understanding from Brandon that assuming this is approved, if this is approved, then the Board of Adjustment will get the education on the changes. And I don't, at no time did I even hear anybody criticize the Board of Adjustment itself. My own husband is on it and has, as you're aware, and has had questions and just like the rest of you have. But once this is done, the education would have, if it's passed. If it's not, whatever is passed, you'll get education on. And that the Board of Adjustment, what we learned from Brandon, is not supposed to be consulted for what they can do. It's the Zoning Commission and the City Council that sets, the Zoning Commission makes recommendations, the City Council sets the terms, and then it goes to the committees.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Oh, Ms. Joseph, you're up.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a little bit of something. We did receive a certificate, and I can't remember the
And would
name
you
of it.
speak into the mic, please? Just really, yeah,
Thought it was.
thank you.
We did get a certificate that we had to attend to watch a video, and I don't remember the name of it. Do you recall?
Open Meetings Act training, the Texas Open Meetings Act training.
So that, I guess, was our education, and at the time, what I understood was the list that we had of how we would decide to accept or deny was based on that recommendation from that video that was from the state.
Oh, I thought the TOMA was just for all of the board members. We all have to take that.
That's correct.
Yeah.
TOMA is for all. Brandon did.
Yeah.
And staff has
Yeah.
to take it as well.
Mhm.
That's right.
And that was our education.
Right, and I thought, I saw it on the agenda where you did a training, Brandon, did that not happen? Okay.
No, I disagree. You did not.
Mm.
We have still been asking you for a training, and we have not been able to get that, whether
Yeah.
independent or as a group.
And Christy Flores did it annually as well from our documentation.
So I'm sorry to disagree with you. We have not received a training from you. We've maybe had a few hints, but as I mentioned to you before, when you're going to speak to us in a training, we don't need all the technical terms, since a lot of us are laymen. We don't understand the technical terms. Same with when you're talking to an attorney. A lot of them use technical terms, and it's
Okay.
it's hard to follow that flow.
We'll so note that, but yeah, we need to move on. Okay, thank you.
Anyway,
Do appreciate it. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I gave a training session
Okay.
this year back in June. Happy to provide that to the council.
All right.
We may want to do another one.
Yeah, that's right. All right, Mr. Martinez, and I think that should do it so we can move on because it is getting late. Yes.
And I'd like to make a motion, we deny this item as presented.
But
She
there
pulled
was a
it.
motion
She pulled
already.
it. She pulled it.
No, she
I
didn't
thought you
pull
did.
it. No, she didn't pull it. I just asked him to put it on hold.
Okay, I'm
And
sorry,
so
Mayor.
that's all. No, it was not pulled. I just asked you to put it on hold so we could have the discussion that we just had. So we'll go ahead and entertain the motion that you had proposed and you had seconded, Ms. Rodriguez. Did you want to restate it? Or just?
No, ma'am.
Okay,
I think
so
it
then
was
I'll go ahead and say, ordinance number 7.1, we have a motion by Ms. Alcacer and a second by Ms. Rodriguez, Councilor Rodriguez and Councilor Alcacer, to approve the Board of Adjustment changes as presented. And
Excuse me, there's a question.
Mayor and Council, I'm sorry to interrupt. We have two exhibits up for your consideration. We have an Exhibit A and Exhibit B, so I just wanted to note that in the motion needs to reflect, because the motion currently reflects as presented, so I think the motion needs to specify whether council wishes to adopt Exhibit A or Exhibit B.
I thought the difference was that one had the crossouts and one had it. So if you'll explain the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, ma'am. So the difference is Exhibit A was the original criteria that was proposed by staff in coordination with the city attorney back in December.
A,
Yeah,
right here.
That's A, exactly, Exhibit A. So that was the original criteria. And then per council discussion and feedback at that meeting, council expressed a desire to see the criteria be more consistent with case law. And so, and as at that particular meeting, there was a vote taken which didn't reflect the will of the council, and so the council, so staff, council requested that this item be further considered, and so, of course, any further considerance, since the item had voted on, it needed to go back to the zoning commission. So staff used that opportunity to take the guidance of the council and work with the city attorney to further refine the criteria, further refine Exhibit A, and develop criteria that was more specifically based on case law. So that's what Exhibit B represents. And so staff went to back to the Zoning Commission with Exhibit B. The Zoning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of Exhibit B. And so that is what is being considered this evening is staff's recommendation and zoning commission's recommendation that the council approve Exhibit B. But I just wanted to point out we have two exhibits. Staff has brought forward Exhibit A too, and I think the motion needs to reflect which exhibit.
Do we have Exhibit B?
Yes.
Okay, let's see it. Okay.
Okay, and I have just a question. If it was my understanding, because of what happened last December, that it had to go, in addition to those requested followings, that it kind of, because of the way the vote happened then, it canceled out what happened then. So then it was brought back again for two new readings under B. Is that not correct?
No, that's correct. And under state law, you have to provide public notice. So anybody that possibly has concerns, if there was anybody that came to that meeting in December and had concerns with the new criteria, they, in terms of the eyes of the law and the way public noticing works, that person walked away thinking this item is gone, it was voted down, it's not coming back again. So the way the state law reads is, again, the item went through the proper channels, went through zoning commission, went through city council, it was voted on and denied. And so if that item comes back, then it has to go through the channels again. It has to go back to zoning commission, and the council and the zoning commission has to make recommendation. We have to send out all new notices so the public gets notice and knows to come out and speak either in favor or against the changes to their law. So that's the process that we've gone through again.
Okay, because of that, and that's what my understanding was, that was what my motion was, and for clarification purposes, then I add on as presented in Exhibit B.
Okay, so we'll add as the Exhibit B to the motion. Ms. Pasale, would you please call the roll?
Dr. Edwards?
No.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Aye. Counselor Alcacer?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
No.
And Counselor Jordan?
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes 3 ayes and 2 noes. All right, thank you very much. Do appreciate it. We'll move then to agenda item number 7.2. And Ms. Pasale, if you'll please read that ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council amending Section 15.02.381 permitted use table of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Code of Ordinances regarding non-chartered financial institutions in the B2, B3, I1 zoning districts, providing for repealer, severability savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
All right. Yes, I did see the follow-up information because we were talking about it last time about standalone buildings. Go
Yes,
ahead. Mr. Milan, thank you. And what would you like to add?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. The council brought up a really great point at the last council meeting in terms of the item, the request being to potentially amend the code to no longer allow non-chartered financial institutions in the B2 or the B3 zoning districts and only allow them in the I1. Council brought up the concern that the zoning code currently limits places additional development restrictions on non-chartered financial institutions in terms of what kind of buildings they can locate in, how much storefront glass, and other spacing requirements. And so the council's concern was, does the existing built environment down in areas of the city that are zoned I1, is it not possible to even locate down there with this additional development criteria? And so staff went and did some urban reconnaissance down in the area, looking at the built environment. And you can see that there's largely most of the development down in that area is business park related. We have some larger structures such as the Intertech building, larger structures that don't have a lot of storefront windows. Again, there are a lot of more strip center business park development, which is multi-tenant structures. Not very many standalone structures down in this area. The Okie Dokie is about one of the only standalone structures. So in follow-up to council's concerns, yes, it would be difficult based on the existing built environment in that area to locate with those additional development restrictions. So based on that, staff submits, and here's some additional pictures of the area, business parks. So based on that, staff submits that in addition to amending the code to no longer allow non-chartered financial institutions in the B2 and B3 districts, staff also recommends that you amend the section of the zoning code, which is section 1502 .325, that you amend that section of the code to eliminate items 1, 2, 3, and 5. You leave the item regarding signage, but that you would eliminate items 1, 2, 3, and 5. That way, non-chartered financial institutions would not be encumbered by additional development restrictions that, frankly, may make it impossible for them to even locate anywhere in the city, which, as the city attorney has pointed out, is something that we should not do. So with that, staff and zoning commission recommended the change, and staff recommends the change as well, in addition to making this additional change to the zoning code.
So where can these non-chartered financial institutions land then? No B2, no B3.
They can
office?
land within the I-1 areas.
One.
So in our city, let me see, I think I have a, here you go.
Okay.
So with the code change, the non-chartered financial institutions will be able to locate here.
Okay,
Within
down
this
there.
portion of the city of Bandera Road. You got Timco, and so they would be able to locate within the existing structures here. So if you didn't make this change to the code, the sections that were in red, they would have a very difficult time locating anywhere in here. But if you eliminate those additional development requirements, such as the spacing requirements and the storefront glazing requirement and the standalone building requirement, they should be able to locate down here in some of the existing business parks that are down there, or some of the other buildings.
Okay. All right. Very good. Yes, Councilor.
So going
Alcazar.
back to what you're crossing out in the zoning code section, you crossed out the title, so where would
Yeah.
that one thing sit?
Let's see.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was overzealous with my crossing out, so that needs to not be crossed out there. Everything below it needs to be crossed out, but not that section. That section there needs to remain, and I'll change that. So that section needs to stay black without a cross through, and then number 4 will stay, and number 4 will become number 1.
Okay.
So you only have one requirement. You only have one requirement under A, non-chartered financial institutions shall be subject to the following regulations. And that's actually something that we can probably, as we move forward with the zoning code revisions, we'll probably be able to eliminate this whole section. And that's it's a requirement with respect to signage. We can probably package that up in our new signage, our new sign code requirements.
Okay, so technically, I guess it won't even have a number, because it's just an item. All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes, Councilor Martinez.
So with this change, these institutions typically want to go on a storefront or in an area that's frequented by traffic, high traffic count areas. So with this change, do you think that possibility that this will be challenged in court by an institution coming in and saying that our law is so oppressive that the only place that they can go is to an institutional use that has are very limited traffic, and they need the visibility, and they'll challenge this in court?
I would defer to the city attorney on, on the ordinance changes that we're making.
Well, Mayor and Council, anything can be challenged in court. Anybody can sue anybody for anything, but probably the way that they would go about this is through the variance process. And if they were denied a variance to the code, then they would appeal that to the district court. So that's probably the only route that they would get. They could also challenge our code and say that it's unconstitutional, but I don't think they'd be very successful in that, so.
I'll add that, again, it's important that there is a zoning district where they can locate, and it's important that there are buildings that they can locate in, which there are. So there's a zoning district that they can locate in, and there are buildings that they can locate in. But again, I always want to emphasize a property owner or an applicant or a business always has the ability to initiate a zone change.
Okay, yes.
I have one follow-up question.
Okay.
How will this ordinance affect the existing companies?
They'll be existing non-conforming.
Right.
Is there any way to get rid of them or cause them to move or anything the city can do on that?
No, there isn't anything that you can do immediately. I mean, they're literally their land use in terms of being an allowed land use in the city. They'll be considered existing non-conforming. But I do want to add that based on those additional development requirements that are in place right now, many of them are non-conforming already. And so we're not. I just want to emphasize for everybody. We could do more detail looking at what's non-conforming right now and what's going to become. But I would say there are many of them that are non-conforming because many of them are located very close together, or many of them are located in a strip center instead of a standalone. So based on the laws we have on the books right now, many, if not most, of the existing non-conforming or non-chartered institutions are already non-conforming.
Okay.
You're taking away the 1,000-feet rule, and
well, we're taking away the rule, but what we're doing is taking away non-chartered financial institutions as an allowed use period.
So the industrial complex behind HEB, they could go into that, right?
No, ma'am, that's
They
B3.
can't?
So
that's
based on
B3. Oh, I thought
yeah.
that was O1.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I was thinking that, it has a access. Okay, so.
Yeah, right now,
It's way, way down there then. I guess I see what you're saying. It's on the other side.
Yeah.
McCoy's, Intertech, Academy Surplus, over there. Is there any vacant land over there?
I think there's maybe one or two tracks over here off of Timco that are still vacant. We've got
so
some
they could
development.
build? They could build possibly? I mean, if that's...
They could build, or if somebody's building a multi-tenant facility, they could absolutely locate in there.
Thank you for clarifying that, because I thought they were able to go the next across the street, but they can't because that's B3. Okay. All righty. Thank you. Yes. Councilor Jordan.
Yeah, so just to clarify, the businesses that are there here and now, right, they're non-conforming, so they can stay there until, unless they move or close, and then the zoning will change on it. So just for the record, we're not trying to run businesses out of town or you can't discriminate on, okay, we changed the law, now you have to get out. That's a dangerous statement to make.
Absolutely. Yeah, and as we've discussed in previous meetings, any of the existing non-charter financial institutions that are non-conforming, say the ones in a B2 or a B3, as we know, I think the code states you have 120 days. So if that use goes more than 120 days, then it can't go back in. But if there was 60 days of lapse between one non-charter financial institution in that space and another, then they would be able to resume that use within the space as they're currently using it right now.
All right. Very good. All right. Thank you. Any questions or comments from the citizens in our chambers this evening before we move on to action by the council? Okay, Mr. Prophet, good evening again.
We lined out a couple of paragraphs there. One of them is about 500 feet from a school or a bar or something else. Is there any of that paragraph you want to retain? Back to the... Right there. May not be located within 500 feet from the following land uses. And then you've taken that away. You want to keep that around for schools, daycare centers, because there are some in that space.
I was going to say, I thought there's a bar and there's a daycare facility over there, I thought.
Wondering, do you want to throw it all out?
Okay. All right, thank you for those comments. Anything else? All right. So what's the pleasure of the council on ordinance 7.2?
I make a motion that we approve 7.2 with the amendment.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Rodriguez to approve ordinance 7.2 with the amendment as presented. Ms. Pasla, let's just go ahead and take the roll because I can't tell who's saying aye and nay. Okay, go ahead if that's the case. Thank you.
Dr. Edwards?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilor I'm sorry, I don't know what it is.
Aye.
Sorry. Okay. Councilor Alcacer?
Aye.
Councilor Martinez?
Aye.
And Councilor Jordan?
All right, very good. The motion does carry 5 ayes and no nays. All right, thank you. Moving then to ordinance number 7.3. Ms. Pesley, if you'll please read that ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council amending Chapter 1 of the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, providing for an addition, Article 1.12, City of Leon Valley Ethics Regulations, providing for penalty, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you.
Can I make a
Yes,
comment or request?
you certainly can. Go right ahead.
I would like to request that this be postponed and that we hold a workshop for city council members. There have been some changes recently, and there's some additional items when I was looking through it that I would like to add, and I think probably or possibly some other councilors, city council people would also like to do that. I was initially told, or I think we all were initially told, that this was done at the request of a counselor or counselors, and however, it at last meeting it was indicated that it was done at the request of the city manager. So I'm not sure exactly the case, but nevertheless, I'm requesting that this be postponed so we can have a workshop to consider some modifications and additions.
Okay.
Mayor and Council, if I may clarify what Dr. Edwards was saying. The initial request was from City Council to City Council people, but the additions that I added, the first reading that I showed you on the PowerPoint was requested by the manager to be added in. So if that's what you heard, that's what it was about. The city manager didn't request this item per se.
Okay, yeah, just that that's my point, that initially it was city council members, and then it was a request of additional items. Is that what you're?
City council members requested the item to be put on the agenda. City manager requested the additions that I put in the in the code that I presented to council last time.
Okay, my request still stands. I don't know how we proceed on that, but
Make a motion?
I make a motion that we postpone consideration of this item and hold a workshop for city council members.
All right. And we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Edwards and a second by Councilor Martinez to postpone agenda item 7.3 and hold a council workshop, I guess at a date certain. I mean, we can come up with a date certain. Any further discussion? I would like to show support for that, just because I've got a lot of other questions and how, this ethics works versus the home rule charter, and there's some other areas that I'm thinking we might ought to discuss. And so maybe if we could sit down and go through it, because this is we've never had this before. This is major. And as you said, it took you 9 months to put it together. And we've only had, one very short reading.
Well, I
And-
was out with surgery for like
Well,
6 weeks.
well, I understand that. We certainly consider that, but still, you got a lot of time to put this all together, and so I would certainly support this motion.
Can we get a date certain?
Yeah, I think we could. You want to suggest it?
Let's vote on it first.
Probably a Saturday workshop.
Mm-hmm. Can we get, let's just say within the next, what's today? February,
45 days?
March, 45 days? 45 days, yeah. Okay, but that's a good compromise.
Dr. Edwards, please amend his motion to include a date certain.
Amended to include a date certain, a workshop to be held within 45 days of this date.
Okay,
And I'll second the
Was-
amendment.
all right.
How come it can't be, when's the next city council meeting? From a month from now, right?
Couple of weeks. Let's see. March 5th.
What's the first city council meeting in April?
April 2nd.
Put it around 45 days.
So would that be Saturday, April the 4th, 5th, 6th? I'm just remembering that the volunteer appreciation dinner is on the 4th. So I'm just
Council
counting,
meeting.
you know. You're going to be, is that not a good date for you, Ms. Postley?
No, I just say we have a council meeting that week and then the dinner.
Okay. So maybe the next Saturday, the 13th.
I'm going to be out of town that day.
Uh-oh. Well, we can work at a day.
I'm
to vote
not
on
sure
it.
it's needed, Mayor. I don't understand why there's a problem with ethics. It's my understanding that it was requested for the city charter and it was not even allowed to go in, but maybe that's an incorrect understanding. But I have asked for this since last April or May, and I know it's taken a long time to get here, but it was because other priorities were put on. But we've had weeks now to look at it, and just because there's questions, you can ask them tonight. And but we need an ethics ordinance in our city, and we have none, and we're one of the few cities in the state who do not have one. And we can have an ordinance, get an ordinance done, and then work on understanding the ordinances. If anything needs to be changed, then can be changed, but this is not something that's, it seems like it's making the great divide, and it's ethics.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I'd like to make a comment. I think ethics are certainly important. However, in going through it, I would like to have the time to consider adding some items, and being able to consult with somebody about the wording of them. So, and perhaps there are other additions or subtractions that other city council members would like the opportunity to discuss. This is very, very important.
Mm-hmm.
And although it's taken a long time, we've only had like 1 or 2 weeks to really look at a lot of information and, make a decision.
Yeah, it's a big ordinance.
I'm not sure, Dr. Edwards, who you were referring to counsel with somebody with regard to the wording, but you can always contact me. I mean, we've had, we spoke the last time when I was on the first reading, and I offered that if anybody had any additions or wanted to discuss anything in the ethics ordinance to please contact me, and I didn't hear from anybody. So I thought you would be okay with it, but I didn't know you had any questions or additions. I'm here to help you. I'm happy to help you with it.
Thank you for that. I'd still like to have the workshop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
It was on the meeting in January also, and so that was more, so it's really been at least a month that you've had the opportunity to do it, and it was postponed because I wasn't here and I had brought asked for it to be done, but it was still there, and so it's not something brand new.
There were numerous items added within the last
The
2 or
last,
3
the la-
weeks, I
2 weeks
believe.
ago, yeah, with the
No,
personnel
these
manual.
are the same ones I presented the first reading. I didn't add
Right,
anything new.
but that
That was
was
what was
relatively
added.
new at that time. The first reading, which was how long, 2 weeks ago? or- Yeah. So all that stuff was put in, and we were apprised of it 2 weeks ago.
Right, it was, I amended some provisions. I mean, I amended a couple of provisions that I told you about the first time, and then I added a section, and it was like 3 paragraphs long. So,
I still request a workshop.
Okay, well, we have a motion and we have
I'm
a
just
second.
explaining
I
that.
understand. I mean, I don't see why we can't, have this workshop and just clarify it and get it better. And I'd rather not pass something first and then go back. I'd rather understand it, then pass it. And then, we can all agree that this is how we would like to conduct ourselves. And it's important. And I don't think we should rush it. And, there are some of us up here that do have a, work. And I know you work and you travel out of town, and so you don't have as much time as somebody else that doesn't work. So I'd like that to be a consideration as well. So, motion and a second. Any further discussion? I was going to say, unless we wanted to, before we vote, did anybody in our chambers want to add to this? Ms. Baldridge, good evening and welcome. Oh, there you go. You wanted to get up take a stroll.
Well, I don't
Want to speak into the mic? Okay. Thank you.
I don't understand why everyone should not be appraised of what's in that ordinance. Or I think it's called an ordinance, called me off guard. So if some of you have not been acquainted with it, it's very important in many ways for our city. And there's one council member that's pretty new, and there's that need fuller understanding for any changes. So I request that you consider, giving everyone a chance to apprise what's in it and see how it actually applies to what we do and what we should do. And I was just a member of the committee. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I was just thinking about how we just spent an hour on the BOA and those 5, and and this is 35 or 40 pages of, more in-depth analysis. So anyway, okay. We'll take the roll call vote then to postpone it for 45 days.
Okay. Dr. Edwards?
Yes.
Dr. Rodriguez?
No.
Counselor Alcacer?
No.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Jordan?
No.
Okay, the postponement does die for 2 ayes and 3 nays. All right.
I don't
Continue.
have anything
Okay,
more to
very
add.
good.
And I stand for questions if you would like.
All right. How does this ethics ordinance and the Home Rule Charter either work together or separately?
Well, right now, they work together because I referenced the charter and the ethics ordinance. You don't have to have ethics referenced in the charter. But when it comes time to make changes to the charter, I would recommend that we reference the ethics ordinance so that they can both come together. But I referenced the charter in that under the ethics code, you have to comply with the city's charter, with all the regulations or all the provisions in the city's charter.
And is what you presented us, was that the, let's see, I have not finished looking at it. I didn't see anything in there regarding, this is for staff and council, correct?
Yes.
Right, and I didn't, unless, again, it could be in there, but is there anything in there about staff's involvement in politics if they're not a
Yes.
resident?
Yes.
Okay, and where would that be? Because I didn't see that.
It's also in the personnel manual.
Okay.
Let's see.
Could
I
you
don't
just
have
point it
the
out to me,
co-
because I didn't see it.
I
like I
don't have the
said.
code in front of me, and I don't have it on my PowerPoint. But
Okay.
it's under, it should be under, from what I recall, elections, if there's a provision for elections. I can't remember, Mayor, I'm sorry, off the top of my head. I don't have a copy of the code in front of me.
You don't have a copy of this ordinance?
Not right here. I didn't think that I would be having to add anything new, so I apologize.
Yeah, there's just so much here. I did not see that. And
It's in there, I'll find it in just a minute.
sure it is. I just, like I said, it's, trying to.
Bear with me, Mayor, please.
In the common provisions, it doesn't delineate which section. It says political activities for city officials and employees.
What page is that?
Well, that was in the heading.
Oh.
So I'm getting to the other part.
I've got a packet page.
It was about 216 in the heading section.
Okay. Oh, it's different. It's different page. It's different numbering, because I only go to 206. Okay. Okay.
It would be, it would be under Article 2 of the General Provisions, Section 7 of the code.
What page is that on?
I don't have the page
Page
for the...
188.
Okay.
Okay. I found it. Thank you. So much.
What is it under public?
Political activity, Section 7.
You want to see it in mine?
Limitations on the political activities of city officials and employees are imposed by state law, the city charter, and city personnel rules. In addition, the following ethical restrictions apply. A, influencing subordinates, a city official or employee shall not directly or indirectly induce or attempt to induce any city subordinate of the city official or employee to, 1, participate in an election campaign, contribute to a candidate or a political committee, or engage in any other political activity relating to a political party, candidate, or issue, or 2, refrain from engaging in any lawful political activity. A general statement merely encouraging another person to vote does not violate the rules. B, paid campaigning. A city official or employee shall not accept anything of value directly or indirectly for political activity relating to an item pending on the ballot if he or she participated in or provided advice relating to the exercise of discretionary authority by a city body that contributed to the development of the ballot item. Anything of value does not include a meal or other item of nominal value the city official or employee receives in return for providing information on an item pending on the ballot. And C, official vehicles, a city official or employee shall not display or fail to remove campaign materials on any city vehicle under his or her control.
Is there anything in here that refers to city employees trying to influence citizens? This mostly refers to
Influence citizens to do what?
to either participate or not to participate in political activity.
There's no ethical restriction for a city employee to encourage or discourage a citizen from participating in political activity.
That's not an ethical violation?
No.
If, let's say you go to somebody and say, I think you ought to run for office, or I don't think you ought to run for office. You don't think that's an ethical issue? See, this is an example of how complicated this is.
Well, no, because that would be my personal opinion. I'm not representing the city in that. If I were to have a conversation with somebody and give my personal opinion, I have a right to have a political view. It's called the First Amendment.
You don't think that's an influence of power?
What power would I have?
Well,
I don't have any conflict of interest. I don't have an interest in making any money. I don't have any interest in whether or not whatever comes out of the political process, there's no conflict of interest.
You don't see a problem with that at all?
I don't see a conflict of interest.
Okay.
And how many other, did you say all of the other suburban cities that has an ethics ordinance? Did you review all theirs?
I reviewed several. I reviewed the city of Almus Park. I reviewed the city of Live Oak. I reviewed the city of Converse. I reviewed the Balcones Heights. I reviewed Pearsall, city of San Antonio, the city of Houston, and the city of Dallas.
I always like to make it just kind of our.
Right.
Yeah,
well,
not Houston and San Antonio,
kind of the majority
it's so huge.
of the suburban cities around here, yes. And they're mostly all of these ordinances are at least 30 pages long, and they're all probably identical. We all have the same verbiage and language in it. Some may have additional language like what I inserted at the request of the manager, the last time with regard to harassment. But other than that, or they may have something else that they have added that other cities don't have, that I didn't think that applied to the city of Leon Valley for one reason or another, because of either size or because, like the city of San Antonio has regulations on, or ethics regulations on city council and their staff. Well, this city council doesn't have a staff, so that wouldn't have applied to Leon Valley. So it's things like that that I didn't include.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Did you provide examples of the other city ethics codes to us?
Well, it's kind of hard enough to get y'all to read this one, so to provide you with all the rest of them.
I read it.
No, I'm just saying that it's hard enough to read 30 pages of this, let alone try to go through 4 or 5 other. That's why it took me so long to put this together, is because I had to go through all of those ethics ordinances or codes in order to come up with one that would suit the city of Leon Valley, and that would be in our best interest.
And the reason we didn't have one of these ordinances before?
I don't know, Mayor. I wasn't here. I don't know. I was just
I mean, it's
asked
not
to.
because I'm thinking of Balcones Heights. You said you had reviewed theirs, and they're not a home rule city, so that's not, it's not because of that. So,
No.
okay, I just was curious. Anything else? Okay. Oh, and I did have something missing. Oh. Page 222, the written opinion shall either, and then I didn't have the second page there.
You mean with the the change?
Yeah. Could you? Yeah, it was page 222. I just wanted to complete that sentence. That was the other thing, was I was looking through that today. Written opinion. 6 disposition. That's what it says. Number 6 disposition. Okay. Yeah, the written opinion shall either.
Shall make all reasonable efforts to issue a decision within 60 days after the filing of a complaint.
Mm-hmm.
The said line shall be extended by any amount of time granted to a respondent pursuant to a respondent's request for additional time to respond or to attend proceedings. The ethics panel shall state in a written opinion its findings of fact and conclusions of law.
Right, I got that.
The written opinion shall either,
Yeah, so I didn't, that was a, yeah.
Okay.
And again, I was just reading it this afternoon, so I didn't have a chance to give you a call because I just put a little note on there missing.
I can.
Do you know how to, what that would be?
Yeah, I'm just looking
Okay,
it
you're
up
just
in
looking
the-
at it. Okay, thank you. Appreciate you that.
Okay, the written opinion shall either dismiss the complaint.
Okay.
Or 2, upon finding that there has been a violation of the ethics laws, A, make a recommendation of further investigations, criminal prosecution, and/or civil remedies to the city council, the city manager, or the city attorney, or B, state why no remedial action is recommended. If the ethics panel determines that a violation has occurred, the opinion shall identify in writing the particular rule or rules violated. If the complaint is dismissed, the grounds for the dismissal shall be set forth in the opinion. And then it goes on to talk about notification. But I updated that to, I believe, include a request by Councilwoman Alcazar to include the respondent. Was that it, Councilwoman?
That was in the other section, I think, 222.
Oh, no, this was to give them more time, the 60 days, because it was, what a lot of other cities had was, I can't remember what I had before, was it 10 days?
Had 21.
21 days. And the councilwoman requested that I change it to 60 days. So it's basic, that's the only thing that was changed in the update, was the 60 days.
From what to what? From what to 60 days?
From 21 days to 60
To 60 days, okay.
Because the person had 7 days to respond after 14 days of, they had to receive it. So I said that already took up the 21 days, and it wouldn't be fair to either the complainant or the respondent, and so they needed more time for the committee to even hear it. So that's why the requested, I thought, the 60 days.
Okay, so just a question, the Ethics Review Board, they're going to be they're going to do the investigation of the complaint?
The Ethics Commission, yes. City Council will have to select members for the
Yeah,
Ethics
I saw
Commission.
that. But they're going to be the ones that conduct the investigation and call witnesses, I guess,
Yes.
or
Have hearings.
Have
Make a
hearings.
determination, yes.
all in open session.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. All right. All right.
And this is common among all of the ethics regulations and codes that I read through.
Very good. Thank you. Anybody else? Anyone in our chambers like to add to the discussion on the ethics? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
You bet.
So
What is
Mayor,
your
I would
pleasure?
like to make a motion that we approve the ethics ordinance to include Exhibit A and the apparently missing words or pages that the city attorney read into, that she just read to us, so that it ends with the part that she read to us.
Okay.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Rodriguez to approve the ethics ordinance, Leon Valley ethics regulations as presented, including Exhibit A and the missing pages that were read into the record by Ms. Frederick. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, we have 4 ayes.
No opposed.
We have 2, I should have taken the roll call vote again. See, that's what I do. Okay, so we have 3 ayes, right? Ms. Rodriguez, Ms. Alcacer, and Mr. Jordan, Counselor Jordan, and 2 nays.
I wish
Okay.
to make a comment.
Sure. Go right ahead.
I voted no on it. I'm not opposed to ethics, but this is kind of a rush to judgment. There was no need to do this in this way. There's some things that I wanted to add to it, but I didn't have an opportunity to do that. And it would have been reasonable to have a discussion of these important issues that affect us all. So that's an explanation for my vote.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry?
Can
You
I
sure
second?
can.
I just want to clarify that the missing information that I read was just information that was missing from the PowerPoint. It's in the Exhibit A in your packet. So that's a complete code, ethics code in your packet as Exhibit A.
Okay.
Also, Mayor, Dr. Edwards, if it helps, this can always be brought back. If you find an amendment that you want to it, it can always be amended. And also, if you want a workshop, we can do that anytime you want. Just let us know.
Okay.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Then moving then to,
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Just for the record, we've been talking about this for about, since June, something like that? And there has been some revisions, yes, on the ethics code. So I don't want to give the appearance it was rushed or anything like that, because it wasn't. We've been discussing this, and, there's been some delay because of medical issues and so forth, but we need to have an ethics law, just like the rest of the suburban cities and the city governments, to give us some guidelines, which can always be revisited at another time. So that's just my reason for voting yes tonight, so we can have a baseline to work with. And as already been discussed, when we go back and have our workshop and otherwise, something needs to be added or so forth, we can do that.
okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Did it come to us in June? Oh, well, we've already voted on it. We'll just,
Yes, ma'am. It was
we'll
June.
let this one, yeah. Did you want to say something before we moved on? Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yes, Madam Mayor. I just throw this out from what Councilor Jordan just mentioned. Should we consider having a workshop and discuss this within the next 45 to 60 days?
Well, it's...
I'd like to, satisfy Dr. Edwards' request. And, I'd like to hear some comments from my fellow councilors.
Okay.
I'm not opposed to a workshop. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
I just think we need to have ethics laws on the books as of now, and we can work from there. We don't have to continue to keep kicking the can down the street.
Okay, then, Madam Mayor, I would like to have this workshop added to the next council agenda.
Okay.
Second.
All right. And we can discuss it. We'll put it on for discussion. Okay, thank you.
Mayor, yeah, I was going to say it was a motion.
Mm-hmm.
He said a motion, he said a second, I guess. Are we we need to...
Just need a vote.
Oh, do y'all want to vote?
But it's not an agenda item, so we can't.
We-
I think it's
no.
just.
Oh.
I think just consensus, just for consensus.
Okay.
The way
We'll put it on
the way
for
the-
discussion.
Can you withdraw your motion?
Yeah, just to clean it up.
Just, it's a consensus.
Yeah, it's a consensus. Yeah.
But can you just, for the record, withdraw your motion so you don't have to vote on it?
We just don't want a hanging motion out there in the minutes. that's all.
Okay, then I'll,
Yeah,
Thank you.
just that you've requested,
I request this item be put on the next city council meeting,
and
the next city council meeting is March 5th.
in 2 weeks. Okay. All right.
From 45 days to 2 weeks.
No, it's
No,
just going to be
for
put on.
discussion, just for discussion,
Okay.
to have a
During a council
workshop.
meeting, if an item wants to be brought up, a councilor can mention it and get a second, and we can't have any discussion tonight about it, but it's just to have it placed on the next, or a future council meeting.
You're absolutely right. All we're trying to do is just correct the record.
Exactly.
So,
Can you
Follow
withdraw?
my second.
there you go.
Thank
That's
you.
all that needed to be done. Perfect.
Okay, very good. All right, now we're moving to regular agenda number 8.1, Presentation, discussion, and possible action directing staff to initiate city code revisions regarding certificates of occupancy, residential fences, overlay district areas, non-conforming structures, and the exploration of the establishment of a design review committee. All right, that's a lot.
Mayor and Council,
And
evening, thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Milan, again.
Yes, ma'am, it is a lot. I'll make my presentation brief. You know, we've had a lot of discussion the past couple months regarding comprehensive planning, long-range planning, zoning codes, overlay districts, nonconformity, and building codes as well. So at the council's request, you know, that staff brings this item forward to you to you know, take the opportunity to discuss some current planning issues that we have, things on the horizon, and potentially get some feedback from the council about possibly moving forward with evaluation or possibly even making some initiating some code amendments. And so we have 5 items here on the agenda tonight at the council's direction. There's five items, you know, limited to 5 items. So that's what staff has done. The 5 items that we'll be discussing tonight are, you know, potentially getting direction regarding some current practices for certificates of occupancy, residential fences, overlay district areas, non-conforming sites within overlay districts, and the potential establishment of an exploration of the establishment of a design review committee. And, those may seem like kind of disparate things right now, but I'll do my best to tie them all in. And so, first item, certificates of occupancy. As council knows, and everybody in the audience knows, whenever a business comes forward to open up within the city, they have to go through a permitting process with us to get a certificate of occupancy. And the purpose of that process is to, one, ensure that the business complies with our zoning code, also to ensure that the facilities that the business are going to go into are safe. That those facilities meet building codes, are safe to habit, and make sure that those uses meet the fire code. You know, fire code in terms of, you know, access, fire sprinklering, fire metering, and so that's the purpose of the CO process. And so there are a few times when a certificate of occupancy requires, or when a certificate of occupancy is required. Number one, when you have a new business. Or when you're making changes to the building for an existing business, and then you have to go back and redo inspections. Say you're increasing the area of a business where a certificate of occupancy is previously issued. You have to go back and reinitiate that process. And another time, among those times when a certificate of occupancy is required, is when there's a change of ownership. And so currently businesses are required to obtain a revised certificate of occupancy at the time of a change of ownership. And it has been the policy of the Community Development Department to require that businesses pass building and fire code inspection at the time of the issuance of a change of ownership CO. And so staff has received some feedback from property owners that have expressed concern in this practice. So there have been some property owners that maintain that, you know, if a business is changing hands, such as a good example is, you know, when, you know, say Circle K or Valero's becoming Circle K, or say even there's an existing business that, you know, simply is selling from one person to another. There have been some individuals, some businesses, some property owners within the community that have expressed concern and have frankly said that they don't think that that type of change should initiate a full inspection of the premises for building and fire code purposes. So, you know, an effort to be, you know, business friendly and definitely be attentive to the concerns of our community and our businesses. You know, when this request came to staff thought this was a good opportunity to come back to council and make sure that this current practice reflects the intent and the desire of the city council to see that when a business changes ownership and a certificate of occupancy is required for that, to make sure that the council believes that the staff should continue requiring and continue initiating inspections to make sure that the premises is safe to be occupied by the public.
Okay. Is there any time limit here? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I can see if the business changed owners and they hadn't had a fire inspection in like 5 years, but if it was like within 6 months or a year, I don't know. I'm asking that question. And then also, is it mean that they also have to pay another fee again? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't there a fee every time you go through that process?
$125.
Yeah, so
Yes,
I
ma'am.
mean, somebody could, is that what they're complaining about too?
The
Want to be clear.
the complaints
on
have
what-
been
yeah.
with general concern that we're kind of reopening the whole process, and you know, whether that would be potentially burdensome to property owners or businesses. Say if there were fire-related issues, and say a use had, you know, a business had been in place for some time, or use had been in place for some time, and you know, if we did a fire inspection, that may uncover issues that would have to be addressed.
Mm.
And so I think there's, you know, I'm not putting myself in other people's shoes. Maybe there's uncertainty about, you know, what that could mean for that potential business. So that's what we're hearing. And right now, you know, staff respectfully brings this towards you because depending on how the city council, what kind of direction the city council gives staff, we may move forward with codifying additional requirements in our code to make sure that we're reflecting the will of the council.
Okay, all right. So, but right now, all of these issues, they have to go through that process, is what you're saying,
Yes.
no matter what. Okay, gotcha. I just wanted to be sure I understood. Councilor Alcacer?
I would think, like, if I were buying a business, I'd want to know everything was okay. So I don't find a problem with that, but especially if it isn't something, I can't imagine too many businesses being taken over within the first couple of months. There's one or two that I know it happened, but not in that short a time. But what is the real issue, and how many times has that come up?
It's come up several times with respect to some of our existing older properties, and you know, with property owners having concern that it possibly creates unexpected challenges, things that they can't plan for. So again, these are things that we're hearing from existing property owners, mainly owners of larger facilities, and so we just want to make sure that we're implementing policies and procedures that the council wants us doing.
Can you give us a single example without singling out a business?
Business parks, larger facilities.
So it's just within that where they rent again to somebody else,
Business parks, and I would say strip centers too, some of the larger strip centers.
and they rent to a new tenant, and they want the tenant to go in without inspection?
Well, a tenant is different from an owner. You know, if there's a facility or if there's a business, you know, a tenant is, say if there's a business and the ownership changes, then that would initiate a whole new inspection of the space and potentially uncover issues with the entire facility.
Isn't that what has been happening, in fact?
Exactly, and I think that's been the policy of the city, because the building code, you know, provides certain abilities to the building official and myself as the planning director, and so that's why we're bringing this back to the city council to ensure that this is number one, that this is a policy, that this is a practice that the city council wants to see staff continue doing, and number two, as your planning director and as somebody that's constantly going through and auditing our codes and making sure that our codes are consistent and reflect the desire of the council and the practices that the council would like to see the staff continue and implement. I would submit that number one, if this is a practice that council wants us to see staff continue doing, we'll maintain that and continue doing that, and also staff will be bringing code changes to you to potentially, you know, further codify this practice within our code. Because right now it's a policy that staff has been implementing, myself as the planning director, in order to ensure the safety of our citizens and our businesses, you know, per the authority that's given to me through the building code. But I would say I think that this also is something that needs to be addressed directly into our code, making potential code revisions to make sure that the code specifically specifies this process to take place. Because right now it's not codified. It's a policy that staff has been implementing based on the powers that staff has through the building code, the IBC itself.
Well, I kind of wrestle with health, safety, and welfare because that's what we're here for, and you know.
But it should be
It-
codified.
It should be codified, yeah. I mean, I think, you know, unless like you said, the business flipped over in 6 weeks or something, or 2 months, you know, and they just had an inspection. I mean, you know, there weren't any major changes, but I don't know. Chief Naughton, do you want to weigh in on that, please, sir? Thank you, and good evening.
Good evening, thank you.
Mhm.
I would weigh in on this.
Okay.
The whole C of O process is to really ensure safety.
Sure.
As you were saying before, as a business turns over, we have seen, even in my short time here, businesses that change, and they don't get any permits. They don't do anything. And if you've had a business that's been in just a strip center for 5 years, and they change, and we don't go through the process of inspections, whether that's fire or MEP inspections for life safety, mechanical, electrical,
Right.
plumbing. I mean, we don't know what happens in 5 years in a building. We don't go back through. We don't check to make sure that their ductwork is intact for their gas water heater. We don't do that. And so in the C of O process, when they get their inspections to make sure the building is up to code, and I will say that when I say up to code, we're not enforcing new codes on them. It's when that building was built. It was the code in effect when that building was built. But we make sure that the heater is connected. The city's building inspector makes sure that the heating is connected properly and there's not a CO leak in there, and that the plumbing is connected properly and there's not structural damage to a roof that's been leaking and there's decaying wood on the roof. And then the fire inspection that goes through. So just my 2 cents, it's important to go through this process to make sure that the new tenant, number one, is safe when they go in. And most of what we do is for safety. This whole process, we need to know who the owner is. We don't ask insurance or anything like that when it comes to C of O. But we want to know who the owner is, and we want to inspect the property to make sure that it's safe to inhabit. And that's it. And most of the time, things that we neglect or that a building owner neglects to look at are the things that we look at. We look at exit signs. We look at emergency lights. By the way, they require battery change every 18 months. They don't ever do them. They don't think about it. But that's what we do. We go in and we make sure that not only are those business owners safe, but our residents and their customers are safe. And if something happens, we know they can get out.
Okay, very good. Thank you for those comments. Any other questions for Chief while he's here? Yes, Counselor.
I'm sorry, I don't have a question. I just have a comment that, you know, we've had a lot of these laws and rules on the books for a long time. They just hadn't been enforced. And the problem I have is, you know, we're being perceived now as we're not business friendly and so forth as a city. That's not the case. We need to make sure that the proper processes are in place for the safety, security of the citizens, the property and so forth is in place. That's our job, you know. So I'm not going to apologize for laws that we have on the books. I apologize that we haven't been, over the years, enforcing them. And now that we're doing our job, okay? And it's kind of an uneasy process to get in compliance with where we're supposed to be as a city to enforce the law, enforce the codes. So that's what we're doing. So, you know, if it's a little uncomfortable in the process, we have to take egg in our face for not doing our job beforehand. But now we're trying to do it. We're trying to do it right and try to ensure that this city is a safe and secure city. And when they come in to the city of Leon Valley, they're given the check sheet up front. They're given the proper procedures to do, and then we don't have to respond over there after the fact and have to do a death notification or some other catastrophic event when it could have been prevented in the first place. So I'm all in favor of this. There's the laws, then there's the policies that the city council sees over. Some things, you have the law, as in law enforcement. The city council can't direct some things when there's an investigation or so forth. There's a line, you know what I'm saying? So, and just like these codes are in place, they're international building codes. We don't have the authority to say, well, let's enforce this one and don't enforce that one. So we need to be consistent. We need to be methodical. We need to be fair across the board, treat everybody the same, and bring the city up to a safe place to where businesses will want to come to Leon Valley and stay in Leon Valley, and people will want to come and live and play in Leon Valley.
I will say that our goal when we go out and do these inspections, along with William, is to help the businesses. Our goal is not to close somebody down. It's to help them through the process and tell them what they need and help them with the resources they need to get it done. I mean, it doesn't do us any good to have a shut business. We want to help them every chance we can. And most of the time when we go out and we encounter a missing C of O or exit lights that don't work that are found on a C of O inspection, the business owners say, how do I fix it? Well, you go to Home Depot and you buy this, or you go to Altex and you buy this battery. You don't need to change everything. You just plug a new battery in it. Our goal is to get them in and get them open and get them legal, but to make sure that they're safe. So it's not punitive. The whole thing is helpful to get them going in the right track.
Okay, very good. Any other comments on this process that Mr. Milan is asking our input in?
If y'all have no further questions, I'll move on to the next item.
I think what I'm hearing is we follow our procedures because it's for the safety and welfare of our citizens and our community. So unless somebody else has okay.
Ma'am, so we'll most likely, based on your feedback tonight, we'll most likely be bringing some revised code language from our zoning code to you regarding, further codifying and specifying the process for change of ownerships, certificates of occupancy at the time of change of ownership. All right.
And will you look at other cities as well and see how they do it, just so we can kind of compare and contrast? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Good.
San Antonio actually has some very good standards in terms of specifying the process.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so I promised I was going to go through these kind of fast. I think I talked for a while on that last one, so I'll speed it up. So second item is regarding residential fences. I've been here for about 10 months, and right now our standards for residential fences are anytime you have a fence, anytime you propose a fence in the front yard, it can't be any taller than 44 inches. And so, since I've been here, I've had people question this, with regard to our residential areas. Received some inquiries about, where this height came from, and whether or not it matters, if the fence is placed on the property line or whether it's set back or not. And so, anytime you have inquiries like that, and it provides the opportunity to look at your codes. We've had situations, currently we have a situation where a fence was constructed improperly. The person was thinking it was, 6 feet was allowed. And so, again, when you have situations like that, it gives you an opportunity to look at your codes and say, are these codes, reflecting the best practices, the best standards throughout the community. And so that's what I'm here for. That's what I do. Always appraising and auditing our code. So I thought, again, with this item, bringing this to council's request to bring, kind of top 5 planning issues. This would definitely be something that council could potentially direct staff to look at. Right now, as I mentioned, any fence within the front yard of a residential lot can't be any taller than 44 inches. My experience, working around with different cities, cities approach residential fences differently. Some communities, Almas Park, for example, and other communities that have larger, a little bit more estate type of lots, they do allow for residential fences. Almas Park in particular allows for 6 foot tall residential fence in the front yard, provided it's constructed, provided it meets certain design standards, provided it's ornamental, metal, it has a certain amount of transparency, putting up an 8-foot or a 6-foot tall wall in your front yard, but on certain larger lots, an ornamental wrought iron fence can be appropriate. And so, again, before staff gets too far out in the planning, always making sure that we're planning and we're getting direction from council before we start researching and planning. Staff thought this was an opportunity to maybe look at other cities and see how they, regulate residential fences in the front yard, see how they distinguish between smaller lots versus larger lots, and potentially do a little research and present that back to the council.
Okay. So you talked about the larger lots. Since we have an estate code or estate zone now, right, for the new, and people may want, because it's a larger lot, they may want to be able to enclose their home. I could see that.
Exactly.
And I'm not opposed to that personally, but I don't know what my colleagues think. On the next one, that they put a 6-foot fence in their yard because they thought it was permitted. Is that, it's already done, so they have to go through a variance process?
This particular situation, the fence is partially constructed.
Oh, okay.
And so, they're kind of looking at the variance process. But as we've been talking about, even earlier tonight, with with respect to the Board of Adjustment criteria, the goal is to always be looking at our laws to make sure that our laws are fair and just and reflecting the desire of the community. And looking at a situation, okay, if there's a situation where the variance criteria doesn't allow for a variance, well, let's look at the laws and make sure the laws are what we want. And so, again, kind of pursuant to that logic, this is an opportunity, given that we have a potential variance request, and we've had lots of other people asking about, okay, can I put up a 6-foot tall fence here or there? It's an opportunity to go back and look at our laws and say, what are other communities doing? Are we reflecting that?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes. Councilor Martinez and then Councilor Alcacer.
Okay, with regard to residential, we just increased the size of ornamental type fences from 36 inches to 44 because that's what the normal standard is. So I've got no problem with that. It's just I don't want to see my neighbor next door to me put up a 6-foot fence. Now, like the mayor said, if in an RE and they wanted to enclose their property, I've got no problem with that. But I just don't see that in right next door to me.
I understand.
Okay. Anyone? Yes, Councilor Alcacer.
And do we have a definition for a front yard?
Yes, we do. We have the definition in our zoning code of a front yard is basically the area on a lot that's between the frontmost facade of a main structure and the lot line. So that's what a front yard is. We have a required front yard setback, which is different, but basically the front yard is, wherever the front of the house is and the lot line, that's all the front yard.
Front of the house is facing the opposite way of what people think is the front. The other part becomes the backyard, and you can put a fence there.
Well, right now, our code allows for a 6-foot tall fence on, side property lines and rear property lines. And so you can put a 6-foot tall fence anywhere behind the main facade of the house. But this is purely regarding fences that are in front of the main facade.
So, like, there's a large loan fence, rock fence, or I'm not sure. I think it's stucco type fence. Because of the way the house is constructed, the front of the house is. So there's a corner, and I was thinking that under this, the whole community could almost be boxed in by that. Which guess is okay, but, so when someone comes for, is putting up a fence, they don't have to have a variance because if the front of their house is back of the house, then it's okay.
Exactly. I think I understand what you're saying as far as long as it's behind, as long as that, where that fence is going, as long as that's not considered the front of the lot and it's considered the side of the lot, then it would be permitted. Unless it wasn't like a double fronting lot or something. I'd have to, and I think, you know, if we move forward with this, we can dig into the details of what the regulations would be, and staff could probably provide a few case examples of different types of lots and how that fence would apply. Yeah.
Can we restrict a type of fence in the front yard, like chain link fence?
Absolutely.
We've got one in Forest Oaks, and I'm telling you, it is UGLY.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, really. And then I was at Linkwood not too long ago, and those houses are so pretty, but there was a beautiful wrought iron front yard fence, and it makes all the difference in the world what type of material it is. So I don't know if we can, you know, restrict it or what, but that's what I would encourage is beauty. And like I said, the chain link fence is just, you know, plain vanilla. I don't think it adds, you know, that beautification aspects to our community that we're trying to strive for.
Absolutely. I think that the two, you're hitting on the two central things to look at, aesthetics and scale. Those are really the two things. You know, as Councilor Martinez pointed out, you know, I think a fence, you know, on a very narrow lot, a tall fence, it's a matter of scale. It's not going to be appropriate. But as you get into a more estate, you know, the more you move towards a more rural setting, you know, the more that scale kind of goes down, and height is kind of decimated in scale when it becomes more rural. So definitely we'll hit on those two things when we bring y'all back some potential research, some analysis.
All right. Anyone else? Just raise your hand if you'd like to add to the conversation. Those of you that are in our chambers, thank you. Okay, anything else? All right, so you're going to move to the next one?
Yes, ma'am. So I'm happy to report that this item is actually been resolved at the time of request from council regarding presenting these 5 things. Staff had an issue that it was working with, and staff's happy to submit that issue's been resolved, and through additional research we determined that this particular area that we were going to be discussing actually has been removed from the sustainability overlay district through a previous zoning action and was converted to the commercial industrial overlay. So this item's resolved. We don't need to spend any more public time on it. So this is an item here. We've been talking a lot lately about non-conforming structures, non-conforming uses. So this item is specifically with request to our sustainability overlay district. As we know, our sustainability overlay district is a bold and ambitious ambitious zoning overlay for the city, which sets out to accomplish many things, among them mixed use, environmental stewardship, and enhanced design and enhanced site standards. And so with that, there are also a number of, most of our properties, most of our commercial properties in the city are already built out. So in the application of that overlay, and those additional design standards, which was, we applied that overlay in 2010, through that application, that made several commercial properties in the city non-conforming in terms of the buildings, not the use. 2 totally different things. The use is allowed, but in terms of the structures and the buildings on that property, that made them non-conforming. And so the sustainability overlay district anticipated this issue, as you should anticipate with all issues. It anticipated that. And so it set out, it states 2 provisions, 2 ways of dealing with that, with non-conforming structures. It calls it the zoning code terms it structural non-conformity. And so the sustainability overlay district says when owners are making improvements to an existing building, an existing site that totals under 51% of the property's total value, they must install upgrades. Basically, make upgrades that brings the property more into compliance than it currently is. that total at least 10% of the value of the improvements. And so, take for instance, you have an existing shopping center that that doesn't meet the sustainability overlay requirements, and they're making $80,000 worth of improvements to the outside of the building, the inside of the building, just making $80,000 worth of improvements. That means they have to spend $8,000 on some kind of improvements that are consistent with the overlay district, like additional trees or additional architecture or something like that. And so since I got here back in April, one of my first building permits was the Family Dollar over at the Rio's Crystal Mall.
Oh, over there.
And so they were making some improvements, and I worked with the property owner. Wonderful to work with. And so that was my first introduction into this requirement.
Mm-hmm.
And since then, I've worked with several other property owners. I could probably think of, probably at least 5 to 10 that have expressed some concern over this. Have been definitely great to work with, but have expressed some concern over this and the uncertainty that it presents in terms of making improvements over time. And so, additionally, the other requirement is that if owners making improvements totaling over 51% of the property's total value, then that means that the entire property must be brought into compliance. So if it's, say you've got a property that's worth $2 million and they're doing $1.2 million worth of improvements, that basically means the entire property needs to be brought into compliance, and that could be quite a substantial undertaking.
Have we had that occur?
We have not had that occur yet.
I didn't think so.
No,
Because I
ma'am.
think they'll keep it under 51%, so they don't have to
Exactly.
meet that criteria, is what I've observed over the years.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
And so this is, I'll just reiterate, this has primarily been an issue that has been affecting multi-tenant shopping centers,
Okay.
multi-tenant facilities. And so what staff's bringing this to the council because there are many different ways to deal with nonconformity of structures, and this is one of them. And so one of those ways is, say if a property didn't want to comply, they could potentially request a variance. And as we've talked about, we've been talking quite a bit about when a variance is appropriate and when it's not. So there are different ways to handle that. Some communities, have different ways of addressing expansion, such as alternative compliance in situations like this. And so there are a few different ways to address this. And so staff wanted to bring this to you and get the direction of council to see if the council would like to see us investigate different ways to deal with the ambitious requirements that we have in our sustainability district and how to come up with ways to apply them to our existing properties.
So am I hearing you say that you're going to bring this back, or you could bring this back if council is on board with it, alternate ways than
Yes.
what we already have in our code?
Correct.
Okay, I don't have a problem with that. What do y'all think? I mean, I don't know what the alternate, you didn't give us any examples.
There are different ways to handle it. Number one, right now, I'll just, without
Okay.
spending too much time on the alternate ways, cities that I've worked for, such as, I'll just list City of San Marcos, they have a method which is called alternative compliance, which allows the zoning commission or the city council, or possibly some cities have design commissions that allow a more subjective review of design considerations, rather than leaving a situation where, say, you're not able to, the only method to get out of it is a variance. Well, we've been talking this evening about making sure that we're very focused on what the purpose of a variance is, and making sure that we maintain the integrity of our laws, by not giving away variances project by project, if say the situation is not unique or if it's not oppressive. And so with this, taking another look at this gives the option for other potential ways to deal with non-conforming properties.
Okay, Mr. Martinez.
To me, it sounds like the whole answer to this issue is we really need to readdress the sustainability overlay districts and either update them or modify them in some way. For, if it was done 10 years ago or 9 years ago, maybe we just need to bring the,
2009,
take another look
10
at them
years
and,
ago.
for lack of a better word, modernize them.
And we're doing that. That's a great point to bring up. We're doing that right now. That's the whole purpose of going through and redoing our zoning code, is to make sure that our zoning regulations are, consistent with current development trends. They're consistent with our existing built environment that we have, and going through and doing a comprehensive planning and looking at our future land use plan and saying which properties do we anticipate redeveloping, which ones do we think are here to stay, and in doing that, then we can, continue to look at our zoning code and say, all right, well, how ambitious do we want to be with our design requirements, and do we want to, how do we want to treat design in this community? Do we want to,
A good example of this is, I believe there was a sustainability overlay for the proposed town center that never got materialized. So we've never rolled that back or removed that sustainability overlay, but yet that project never completed. If it would have completed, then yes, we would have wanted to bring everything up to make it, harmonize with our town center. But since that didn't happen, maybe we need to relook at that and maybe remove that district or modify it.
Yeah. So I would say, the process you described, that would be first discussing that through a comprehensive planning process. Again, because that's where you set out the vision. And then once you set out the vision, so that's something that we can discuss as we move forward with long-range planning. How do we want to treat that particular area? Do we want to preserve that vision for a town center or more urban mixed-use type of development in that area, or a portion of that area? How do we want to do that? And then the next step is looking at applying zoning that brings whatever vision we want to fruition. Again, the comprehensive plan is that's where we set out the vision. Zoning is implementation of the vision. But no, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Councilor Jordan.
No, I was just thinking, once we take a look at these and come to a decision, maybe it'd be a good idea to have a workshop or something, an educational workshop for the owners, so they understand what we have, the laws that we have in reference to operating businesses, instead of moving somebody else in and come to find out they're not in compliance. That maybe we can have an educational piece for the owners and bring them to the table so they can clearly understand what the rules are.
Good point.
Okay. All right. Yes, Councilor Harkis there.
In this regard, I'm interested in the alternatives, but I'd hate to give up. I mean, part of the reason for what was being done was to try to improve the way some of the places looked. And maybe if they had, that they were going to do this over a period of time, so they had an extended period to do it, something like that. But I'd hate to give up the right to have the improvements on some of them. So would like some caution in working toward that direction, and changing the overlay on that one area may be moot at this point.
Because there's not very much land left to develop, right? I mean, most of the parcels are taken.
Right.
So
again, just to emphasize on this one, and just kind of build on the conversation that we've had earlier. Again, right now the only method that we have to provide design types of aesthetic, the sustainability overlay district is focused in on architectural requirements, in terms of the way a building shall be designed, the way a facade is designed. And right now the only relief from that is the Board of Adjustment. And as the council just voted, that process to award variances just became more strict. And so many communities that become that create ambitious design standards, a next step, and I've heard it said before, kind of the process of a community becoming more, I don't want to use the word sophisticated with design, but more purposeful with design. Oftentimes, a next step is the creation of a process that allows for an enhanced evaluation of design issues and architectural issues, such as a design review committee that possibly reports to a city council. And I don't want to, this is probably a good lead in to that one, because that's one of the things that we're discussing. But again, just to build on earlier, the Board of Adjustment is not the place to to discuss design and to provide, discuss flexibility in design and discuss alternative ways to meet the intent of the code. That's not what a Board of Adjustment does. That's more of what a design commission does, or some other committee that reports to a council. And again, there are cities out there, like I mentioned, San Marcos, that just redid their zoning, or their land development code, and they have a process called alternative compliance that really allows you to take kind of a scalpel approach to existing buildings and say, all right, we are going to be ambitious with our design standards in this community, but they also acknowledge this is going to be very difficult to apply a one-size-fits-all approach to a lot of existing buildings, and that takes a specialized group of people to have design discussion, and that's, like I said, that's many times a logical next step for a community that is very focused on, cares about design.
And so if we get the boulevard on Bandera Road, which I think a tremendous majority favor, it would make a huge difference for the businesses and for the look of our city if we had good places, and having that overview is there. I'm in favor of a design committee if that we aren't just looking, if we can look globally and not narrowly.
Okay. All right. You have enough direction on this one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so that kind of leads right into the last item, which is potentially directing staff to explore options for developing a design review committee. This is definitely, like I said, a next step for many communities that set out with ambitious plans for design, urban design, and architectural design within their community. And like I said, that's right now the only method for someone that is does not want to comply or does not wish to comply with the existing requirements of our sustainability ordinance in particular. That's where the number of our concerns come from existing property owners and businesses, is from the design standards within the sustainability overlay district. Right now, the only method of receiving relief from that is through the Board of Adjustment, and so like I said, there are other ways to potentially address design within our community, and a design review commission would definitely be a viable path forward for providing another path to consider expansion and design issues on our existing built properties.
And this is a totally separate committee from the zoning?
Yes, ma'am.
And council, I mean, totally.
Yeah.
And I would imagine you would need them to have some kind of expertise in planning and architecture, and
yes, ma'am.
I would imagine, yeah.
But the goal there is that you have a committee that's specifically devoted to one particular thing, and I think there's potential to hone in on that and train and staff to work with them, and it's with the zoning commission and council, we deal with lots of different issues, so it requires a very broad look at look at the range of things we've talked about tonight. But
Are there any other suburban cities that have a design review committee that you
yes,
know?
Ma'am. Yes, there are
in
many.
Bexar County? Many
cities have a combination of, they either have a design review committee and a historic design review committee, or have a combination of historic and design. Again, many communities that have ambitious standards for the design, architectural design and urban design of their community to take the next step and have a design review committee, so they can have they're able to have a subjective approach, especially when it comes to communities like ours, which are built out. And we have a number of properties that may or may not have issues expanding, given the ambitious requirements that we have.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Martinez.
I just thought of something with the overlay district on Bandera, in fact, right across the street from us. Next to Pilgrims, that auto repair shop closed. Can another one go in there?
I don't know what how long it's been out. If it's been out for 120 days, the answer is no.
Yeah. I remember when we were putting this sustainability overlay, and I mean, that was the point that Ms. Alcacer was making. We have to be patient. That it's not going to happen overnight, but when these car places go out of business and they don't replace it with another car place, then you can start turning over and building a, you know, a nicer facility, or tearing it down, or converting it, or whatever. So, but it just takes time. So.
Be nice if someone would take that whole block now, because.
Well, it's got got 2 buildings there. Okay, good. All righty. So you'll come back with parameters for a design review committee? Is that
Absolutely.
what you'll do?
I think we'll come back with some research. We'll do research, look at how other cities do things, the different ways that they structure it, you know, how subjective they have these design review committees structured, how objective the process is, you know, which regulations are you know, possible to be reviewed by the design review committee, which ones we still want to maintain and say, okay, these are the core design requirements. If you don't want to follow these, it's a variance, but these others, maybe when it comes to cornices and you know, landscaping, berms, and maybe a little bit more aesthetic types of issues. Maybe those are things if somebody's having a hard time or doesn't want to comply and think they have a better alternative, then they have the opportunity to come to a design review commission and approve the case. So yeah, we'll come back with a bunch of information for you.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right.
You have a good night.
Yes. Have a good evening and drive safely. Moving then to agenda 8, regular agenda number 2. Discuss and consider possible action on the approval of comprehensive annual financial report audit for fiscal year 2018. We have Deborah Frazier, CPA, here, along with Vicki Wallace, and of course Ashley's still here too. Thank you, from our finance department. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just want to introduce to you.
Y'all have been very patient.
Deborah Frazier, and she's going to give you a presentation on our CAFR for the fiscal year that ended 9/30/18.
You bet.
Good evening.
Good evening and welcome.
Thank you. I'll try to make it pretty brief, and if you have any questions, I invite you to ask me. Also, if you'd like to go over the report in more detail than I go over this evening, please give me a call. My number's on the slide, and it's also in the front of the audit on our opinion letter. So, again, the audit's broken down into several different items. You have the introduction, independent auditor's report, the management discussion and analysis. This is written by, basically from your point of view. The governmental-wide financial statements, they're presented on a full accrual basis. So you see your fixed assets, all of your debt, your compensated absences, any capital leases. And then you have the fund financial statements that are based on the way you budget. You don't see the fixed assets. You'll see capital outlay as an expense. And you'll see your principal payment as an expense. Notes to the financial statement. Then you have a required supplementary information that includes budget to actual reports, as well as your TMRS and OPEB liability reports. You also have a supplemental combining an individual financial statement and schedules, and then a statistical tables. The statistical tables are very interesting because they can provide up to 10 years of data. This year, our audit follows generally accepted auditing standards as well as governmental auditing standards. The purpose is to form an independent audit. We did perform the independent audit, and you received an unmodified opinion, which is the best you can get. It basically says that after adjustments, your financial statements are fairly stated and materially correct. The MD&A has financial highlights, the overview. It talks about your government-wide financial statements, budgetary highlights, capital assets and debt, requests for information. And again, this is from the city's point of view. It's just a preface to our audit and the statements. Your full accrual basis or your governmental-wide financial statements, the city had exceeded its liabilities by $18.7 million at September 30th. The net position increased by 4.1, primarily due to grants, which resulted in increased infrastructure. The business type activities, you had assets of water sewer fund exceeded the liabilities by $8 million, and your unrestricted net position increased $617,000 to $2.6 million at September 30th. This is a slide of your net position, and I'd just like to point out that you have $16.4 million in net investment in capital asset. This is basically all your capital assets less any debt attributed to that asset. Then you have restrictions for different items, and then your unrestricted net position, again based on full accrual basis, is close to $5 million, to almost $2.5 million, well, $2.4 million in your governmental wide, and a little over 2.5 in your water and sewer. Your fund financial statements, again, this is the way you budget, and it's not full accrual. Your general funds fund balance at the end of the 2018 fiscal year was $5.4 million, and the combined fund balance for all funds was $8.9 million, and I have a misspelling there. Unassigned fund balance for general fund was $3.4 million, or approximately 4.5 months of average operating expenditures. Your fund balance for the general fund increased $214,000. The increase is the result of grant revenues received for infrastructure. Your combined fund balance increased by $1.2 million. Oops. This is a breakdown of your fund balance. Again, what you have to carry over to the next year. Down at the very bottom, second line up, first column, you have almost $3.4 million in unassigned fund balance. You had restricted items. You have a committed for disaster emergency of $1 million, and then assigned for different types of items. The trend analysis just basically is telling you that you have 4.3 months of average expenditures, and your ratio of general bonded debt to fund equity is 2.2 to 1 for this year. And it's really remained pretty similar for the past 3 years, almost exact. These are the revenues and expenditures in your proprietary funds. And your business type activity net position increased by close to $500,000. We had a letter on conduct of audit. It goes over the accounting policies. We did have an accounting policy change because GASB 75 had to be implemented this year, and GASB 75 is your other post-employment benefits. So where it affected you is you have TMRS, which has a supplemental death benefit. And so we had to record that liability this year, and so you'll see a prior period adjustment for that. You also had a single audit this year, and what happens is every time you receive in total, over $750,000 in grant funds, you have to have a specific audit, single audit under uniform guidance. So you received in excess of $750,000 this year. You were able to complete a lot of your grants. You're considered a high-risk auditee, and the reason you were is because this is really the first year you've had a single audit in quite a while. So that automatically requires us to consider you a high-risk auditee, which means that we had to audit 40% of the grant funds you received. We audited the Evers Road project, and we had one compliance finding. The compliance finding had to do with it's a requirement if you have Davis-Bacon or people who work for your contractor in specialized industries that they have to make a specific amount of money. Well, we tested 8 of your 9 vendors, subcontractors, and we tested 9 contractors and subcontractors, and only one had supplied the Davis-Bacon reports on time. So we did write you up for that, and if you look at the very back of your audit.
Which page is that?
It would be on 119.
Okay.
just basically tell you the purpose of this compliance, and there's about 22 compliance items that you guys had to meet under different, under the single audit, and they are fairly comprehensive for these grants. The grant requires that these certified payrolls are turned in a week or 7 days after the work's done. So those were not turned in until around September, although you had the project ongoing. Ultimately, all of the Davis-Bacon and certified payroll requirements were met, but they just weren't complied with within the week and a half. So again, the purpose is to make sure before you pay for that work that the contractors and subcontractors have been paid according to the right wage compliance. So,
Deborah, was that the responsibility of the contractor to get us that information?
and you did hire an engineering firm, and so it was their responsibility. However, ultimately, it's the city's responsibility
but I
when
mean,
you receive grant funds. You did right away. You set up a or you have a response, and you set up a procedure to eliminate this from happening again. I don't see this as a extreme violation by any stretch of the imagination, but because it hadn't occurred timely, I'm required to report it. So
I know Vicki, and she didn't like that because she's very, very to the T, and that's why I was wondering. I mean, because but I understand it's ultimately our responsibility. But isn't it written in their contract that you have to get us your wage reports? I would think. I don't know.
Now.
It is now.
It is now.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Policy,
So.
yes.
All right. Yes. Excuse me.
I
Just a
think
minute.
part of the problem too is you haven't had a lot of grant money, and so you got a tremendous amount in 1 year.
I see.
And you just have to comply with a lot of different requirements, and it is very difficult
Very good.
for some of them.
All right. We do have another question from Councilor Martinez.
Was this just a one payroll incident, or was it several payroll
No, it was
incidents?
pervasive throughout.
Oh, it's pervasive.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Actually,
that was it? Okay. Deborah, I had a question. Did I hear you say that our fund balance from 17 to 18 was increased by $1.2 million? Is that what I saw that on?
Let me show you what
page
that's
9.
on.
Is it page 92?
No, if you look on page 22.
22.
It was 214,000 in the general fund and 1.2 million in the total government funds. That was the increase.
Okay, wait a minute. 22. So I want to get this right. Okay, I'm sorry. Would you repeat that? Because I just got to the page.
Okay, on page 22, if you, third line up, first column, you increased your net change in fund balance by 214,000 in the general fund. But your
Okay.
overall governmental funds is the last column. And third line up, you increased it by 1.2 million.
Okay, and so what is attributed to that?
Well, you have
214. What is
the
that?
214, that's a variety. I can't
Okay.
attribute to just one thing.
Okay. Can you give me an example?
You have to go up that column.
Well, your grants.
My grants.
I mean, you brought in quite a bit of grant money, 2.1 million.
But that was an in and out, wasn't it? That wasn't it? I
The
mean,
majority of
yeah,
it, you
mhm.
spent actually a
Yeah.
little more. If you go back to the budget versus actual on page 58, 58 and 59, you can
Mhm.
kind of see the ins and outs of where you budgeted versus what you brought in.
Okay, good. I'll look at that one.
So it was a combination of different things. It wasn't just attributed to one thing.
Okay, and then would you explain the 1.2 under the total government funds? Explain that to me.
So governmental funds consist of debt service,
Okay.
police seizures, a variety of different funds that have to be accounted for separately.
Okay.
But they don't fall into the proprietary
Okay.
column. So you have your general fund, your debt service, your street maintenance, and then a variety of other different funds that are separated back in page that starts on page 69 and 70. So you would see your community center, your grants, crime control, child safety, state police and federal police forfeitures,
Okay.
building security, and court technology make up all of those funds.
Okay. Very good.
But your total fund balance, the majority of it is made up of the general fund, 5.3 million.
I also wanted to comment on the Davis-Bacon Act. The engineer that we had the issues with getting those was Jess Swaim. He did get them to Melinda, but just not in a timely manner. So I didn't want you to think it was the current engineer that we have now, and it was on the bridge project.
Good.
Just so you know that.
Okay. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
All the disclaimers you have, nonetheless, it was top of the line audit.
It was a very good audit, yes.
All right.
Yes. I
You
have to
and-
say that Vicki, Ashley, and Rhonda do an exceptional job, and if all the cities I audit could have their, at least their paperwork in order as well as they do, I would certainly be very happy, so.
Thank you, Vicki.
That's right. Well, she knows where every dollar is with every category, so that's great. Okay. And I remember just years ago, this Davis-Bacon was the first that's ever happened, like you said, but I thought years and years and years ago, we got, oh well, we won't go back. That's all right. I was thinking about the whistleblower. Do you remember that, Vicki? Long time ago, they said we didn't have an opportunity for somebody within the staff to be able to report something, But I don't know whatever happened to that. But that's been years ago, as I recall. So anyway.
But I do know that they go through and interview. I don't even know who they're interviewing. They pull them in and individually.
Yeah. And how long did you spend here? I know you set up shop and go through everything.
We were here 2 different times, once for 2 days and once for 3.
Okay.
And then
All right.
a couple days over at a day at the engineer's office.
Oh, at the engineer's office. Okay. Very good. All right. Any other questions on the audit?
Again, if you have any questions later, please feel free to call me.
Yeah, I appreciate that because, yeah, it's a big book. And it's very, I found this out a couple of years ago. The very, very back is really, really interesting because it's got this historical data for 10 years on how many people we employed, to how many police officers we have, and I just think it's fascinating reading to see.
Oh, good. Somebody.
I like it, but that's just me. But anyways, and I think Vicki showed me that last, a couple of years ago, and it's the first thing I did was go to the back.
Works
So.
well as a pillow, too.
Yeah, okay. There you go. Okay. All right, so any other questions? I know everybody's getting tired, but we do need to approve this audit.
Make a motion, we approve this audit as presented.
All right.
I
Thank you.
second.
We have a motion by Counselor Jordan and a second by Counselor Alcasair to approve the comprehensive annual financial report audit for fiscal year 2018. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you.
very
And
much.
thank you so much, Deborah, for staying and being so patient with us this evening. Agenda item number 8.3, Ms. Pasolay, would you please read that ordinance?
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council authorizing the installation of 2 gateway signs to be located at 6401 Bandera Road in the 7200 block of Bandera Road at Cease Inc. for the purpose of city event announcement and local business advertising, authorizing the negotiation and execution of an agreement with Cease, I hope I'm saying it right, for the signs, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Good evening.
Council Mayor?
Yes, how are you?
Good.
And
Hanging in there like
I was
y'all.
going to say, we thank Mr. Martin for being here, and Melinda didn't tell you you're supposed to bring your pajamas and your pillow and all this other stuff. Yeah. No, I'm just teasing. It's a longer meeting than we thought, so, but thank you for your patience as well.
So this is to consider an ordinance authorizing the construction of electronic LED full-color monument signs at 6401 Bandera and somewhere in the 7200 block of Bandera. That's not been tied down yet. And to authorize the city manager to enter into an agreement with CEIS for the operation and use of such signage. The signs would be monument-style base, LED full-color message board, and they would be used to advertise city events and provide advertising time for local businesses. They would be installed and maintained at no charge to the city, as the contractor would charge the local businesses for the advertising, which would pay for the maintenance of the sign. The city would be given free airtime for messages that would feature city council events, other meeting dates and times, amber and silver alerts, emergency weather information, and other community-based messaging. As you remember, we used to have a monochrome LED sign out in the front of City Hall. When the building was remodeled, that sign was moved, and during the move it was dropped. So it broke, and when we went to get replacement parts, no way, forget about it. It was such an old sign, and we had gotten it used to begin with. In addition to that, there's no room at the front of City Hall for a replacement sign. We've got that Bradford pear tree out there. We've got our monument out there. We're pretty full up, and if we're trying to conform to our own sign code, there's no room to put a monument LED sign with all that's out there now. So these signs would act as a replacement for that sign, and not only that, the public will be able to see them better due to the locations that are being suggested. The signs that they're proposing are significantly smaller than traditional advertising signs, but they're still sized to be adequate for communications. In many locations, the LED screen display will be 100 square foot, and in certain instances, it will require a larger size. They are here, and I'll let them explain all about their signs to you because they're amazing to listen to. The messages are programmed to rotate every 8 seconds, providing maximum exposure, and the initial PSA or emergency alerts will display for longer periods of time. The signs are equipped with ambient light sensors to ensure the least amount of brightness for the existing time of day and weather conditions. They also install automatic emergency shutoff switches in case of a malfunction. And then what I had read was at night the display runs lower than 500 nits to ensure no significant brightness to the drivers. However, after talking to them, they actually turn their signs off at night and don't turn them back on until the morning, which saves maintenance on the sign. It reduces the heat produced. So I thought, well, that's cool. And so here's a look at what the proposed sign would look like. This is the one that would be up at the CJS Life Church property, I believe is 6401. As far as fiscal impact, as we said, they take care of all of the costs for it. We don't pay a dime. They would charge for advertising, and I'll let them explain their charges for these spots. And then the prices would vary based on market conditions. We don't have any recommendation, but y'all had said that you were kind of looking for a replacement sign, and this meets that guideline, I think, because it's at both ends of the city, so it's like a gateway into the city. So it's totally up to you if you want to, go for this product. And then I do have the gentleman, Kyle Martin and Tony are here from CEIS, and they did provide a presentation. So we'll put that presentation up next, and I'll let them take over
Okay,
from there.
very good. Good evening. Mr. Martin?
How do you advance the slide? Wonderful, thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Tony Lockridge. I'm from
Tony.
Bee Cave. Yes, I'm Tony. Kyle
Okay,
is the
that's
partner over here.
Tony Lockridge. Okay, very
So
good.
C stands for Community Electronic Information Signage. I've built signs in 17 states, and with this project, I've partnered in 6 states. We now have our product in 6 different states, about 20 different displays, and we're looking to bring on another 20 this year. Out in California, we built one in a city. The next city over said, okay, we want this. This is great. And then it started spreading. So just in that one region, there's 6 neighboring cities that have all signed on. So we have plenty of city managers and mayors that you're more than welcome to reach out and talk with because it's been successful in all of the different areas. What we tried to do is after building so many different types of signs throughout the country, we always heard the cities have the same kind of problems. They wanted to do LED, but when they explored it, the budget didn't handle the size that they really needed to do to be effective. So these cities have these, tiny little signs, and you can't really read what's going on. And so we took that into account, and we understood that they had information that they wanted to get out to citizens, whether it's emergency information, amber alerts, silver alerts, crime prevention. Fire departments want to get out information, like the sign that we have up in New York. The fire department will show a picture of a fire hydrant to show where to get the snow away from it, so everyone's remembering to keep the fire hydrants clear. So our mission here is to provide your city, at no cost, attractive gateway LED signs, which we feel that gateway LED signs are saying we're open for business. Businesses that are opening get to utilize the sign. We partner up with the Chamber of Commerce, so when there's a new business coming in, they fully understand how our product works, to have grand opening messages and whatnot. Some of the other needs that cities have when it comes to LED signage is proliferation concerns, where businesses want to engage this technology, but they don't want one on every single property. So a lot of the cities we've partnered up with said, our businesses want this. This is perfect. Now we don't have to deal with, every single property wanting to do this, and not every property can afford this type of technology as well. So let's have this main entrance area that gives these businesses the opportunity to have the real-time information that this type of product actually, for the first time in our signage industry, has to offer, of weekend sales or breakfast ad in the morning and a hamburger at lunch and a steak for dinner, or for the city purposes, things like Arbor Day, 4th of July, your Basura Bash, did I say that up right? Basura Bash, yes. The 30th annual Earthwise Living Day, things where you want civic engagement, but you can't get the message out. Everything is so difficult with, city websites have information, or newspapers, and everything that's going on with all the marketing mixes. This really is one of the most effective ways of getting information out to a community, whether it's the emergency information or civic engagement. And for restaurants or businesses, what this type of product can do for them to keep them growing and in business and whatnot. So the signs we work in concert with the City Council in designing exactly how the finished product will look, whether it's a certain branding you're looking for, or rock selection. The size of the sign is something that we can work in breakout groups to find out exactly how small we can go to be effective, but also how just the right size so we actually are effective. So we work hand in hand with a lot of the statistics of letter height and whatnot. Kyle and I are doing a project up in Michigan, and in their code they have a requirement that the letters have to be at least 12 inches because there's safety aspects when you go too small. So you want it to be legible, you want it to be safe, but we want it to be as small as possible. That's what we feel when we decided to put on the city hat and say, what do cities need and what do cities want? You want small, you want beautiful, you want safe. So we designed this program to address all of the things the cities don't want in these types of signs and to make sure it meets all of the things that the cities do want of these types of signs. Some of the safety aspects that I wanted to point out. Our type of signage is regulated way more than on-premise LED signs, which really have traditionally given LED signs a bad rap. LED on-premise signs, they ship at 10,000 nits, which is very, very bright. They don't have safety mechanisms or light sensors on them. They're not connected to the internet that has, you know, real-time clock information. So if the light sensor has an issue, there's an internal clock that says 7 o'clock, start dimming. So we have multiple points of ensuring that as the sun goes down, the displays dim. The nighttime on-premise signs, a lot of times they're not set up properly, or they don't have the technology to dim, and you'll find yourself driving and you look away from it. Well, that's not what we're looking for. We want to make sure people are seeing the message that's on there. So ours dim down to 500 nits at night, which is very dull. It's not a, you know, whoa, this is a problem type of sign. So most importantly, my understanding here is if you have a flood, POS Road can close down. This is an image that we can have already created in the content library, which the city has full access to where at any time you want to post a message, you're able, we train the city and multiple officials that all know how to get into it. That artwork can already be created. So if there is flash flooding or whatnot, that image can instantly be put on the sign that says, that's closed, so the public doesn't go up there and start trying to figure out a way to go around. They've already been notified. If there's an Amber Alert, I have 2 young children. Our policy is everything on the sign goes away other than that image, and we're based on a geography. So if it's more local, then it can take over the sign for, you know, multiple days. If it's, you know, further out, we care most about that first 24-hour period, and then we can, you know, statistically bring down that image over time, because it is most important to have that image up immediately. The state, with their Amber Alerts on the interstates, you know, you get a license plate number and maybe blonde hair or something like that. This type of technology is so powerful because we can have the image of the child up on the screen in full resolution, which is tremendously more important to the recovery of the children. And I've unfortunately and fortunately have ran Amber Alerts. I've ran silver Alerts. I've done a lot of different weather issues for different parts of the country that I'm in. My sister's area, it floods, and they have supply issues of where people can go and get supplies. So we set up the sign to be able to connect to the generator with the city. So even if the power's out, we can still run the sign showing where they can go for supplies and whatnot. So I read off some of the uses that the city can use. You have, like I said, it takes about 15 minutes to train somebody. Every city I've trained, they've never called back and said, and how do you do this again? The software is incredibly easy to navigate, and they're off to the races. They're always putting all their different community events or safety messages or whatnot, and it's just fun to see in the image library all the different things that they're doing and how they're using it. Different cities, the fire department uses it a lot. Other ones, it's parks and recreation. Every different city has their different group that just, it really, really engages it. And it's just great to see when the different departments actively engage all of its ability to get messages out. So, you know, here's a couple artworks that we have ran, the 3. The one was me as a child on the lower left. So it's great for the city to say we're open for business, to give them this product that they can actually engage. It can drive, of course, tax revenue. I was discussing how it's so difficult for not only cities but businesses to get information out to the traveling public. Okay, so we handle all the expenses. We carry a $3 million liability policy indemnifying the city. We have in our operating agreement all of the things the cities would want from us, and it's been modified by different city attorneys, and we can provide that to you, Denise, for your review, and look forward to that opportunity. We have a cellular connection. The sign is monitored from our vendor in real time. We have cameras that we can see the display in real time. If there's a malfunction, I get alerts, they get alerts, everybody's aware of the situation. TxDOT requires us to have a tremendous amount of safety equipment for malfunctions, to where if there is a malfunction, the sign is shut down, et cetera. So we are highly regulated, and it's certainly a great thing for that. Leon Valley receives 12.5% of the airtime, so mathematically, we're trying to shoot for 8 rotations of a full spot. So every dwell time is 8 seconds, so about 64 seconds, it comes up again, the city message, for the 8-second dwell. And then we take those full spots and we can break them down. So to break down a full spot means if you go to a half spot, it's every other 64 seconds. And then you can go to quarter spots, and you can go to just weekend ads, or you can just go to rush hour ads. So you can slice and dice that airtime to be far more affordable for every type of business, because if they're not shown every rotation, but the same people are driving the road every day, over a month, they're going to be exposed to that. And, you know, for somebody writing a check for $100 a month to have that type of exposure is something they've never had that opportunity. The other type of advertising displays are $1,200, $2,000 a month, $1,000 production. Here, there's no production installation fee or whatnot. It's just a very low rental rate, and it provides access to small businesses. So here's some of the rates. You know, if somebody wanted to do something for a very quick one-day ad, it could be, you know, $50 to $150. Quarter spots, $150 to $300 a month. Half spots, $350 to $600, and full spots, which is every rotation, can range from $600 to $1,000. So it can fit almost every type of business out there to be affordable and have them to have access to it. So here's some testimonials from various city managers and whatnot. You're welcome to talk to all of the cities we're in operation with. We regulate our content, which is very important for the city relationship. Cities have a hard time regulating content in their sign code, but since we're the one regulating our speech, we ensure that there's nothing ever sensitive displayed on the sign. We treat this as a very important partnership. We want to make sure every city says, yeah, this has been great. They deal with local businesses, and all of the artwork is good, and there's no sensitive businesses going on there. We put that in the operating agreement, all of the various aspects that we stay away from. If there's something that we haven't covered, we're more than welcome to insert it. And if there's something that we haven't thought about, if it comes across my desk, I still have that veto power to say, no, that does not belong on a community sign. So that's always something that cities are always concerned about when it comes to these types of devices, and we do control all of that aspect. So let me see if that's oh, here's the timeline. Okay, so timeline, if we're able to start moving forward, is we work on the operating agreement. We work on locations. So right now, we're, you know, as she shared with you, we're there by the Chevron. The photo simulation that I have there shows about 150 square feet of display area. That's about as small as we'd want to get for the right-hand read, but the left-hand read, where traffic is going eastbound, because of that wide median, we have a couple design ideas that can keep the sign looking the way that we did on that side, but have the display slightly larger for the left-hand read, so it can be read from that additional distance. But those are all types of things that we can work on in a design committee of what's the smallest that we can do to make this effective and work, where the messaging can actually get across. And what would it look like? What's the final design and rock selection, or, you know, any type of features or city seals, or all of that aspect. So from start to finish, typically it's about it can be as quick as a 4-month process, but it averages about a 6-month process from start to finish. We have to obtain TxDOT permits. We've looked all the way through this area for the gateway areas and what would qualify for TxDOT and their rules and regulations. If there's, my understanding is that government signs can be completely exempt from the signage regulations, and you do have that sign exemption. If there's additional concerns or ordinance additions that need to be made, I've used a sign attorney out of Atlanta, Georgia for, I hate to say, probably 20 years now, best in the country, and glad to connect you with him, not just for this project, but I understand you're going through a sign code review. After Reed versus Gilbert decision with the Supreme Court, there's a lot of things that have to be addressed, and I'd be glad to assist in that process of ensuring that your code is good. Yeah. So is there questions that I can answer?
You know, I just had a quick, where is the design team or
Well, that would be something that you could put together.
Okay, I was
either a
going to say on the
workshop-
project roadmap, where would that happen? That's what I mean, on your project
well,
roadmap.
the city, in between the operating agreement and the city council approval, we can do all of that in between those things, because you're still going to need to approve, you know, the location, the size, and all of those aspects. And if there is coded change that has to occur, you have to vote on that as well. So it's in between those.
Now, do you have an agreement already with the church, the CJC church?
We do. Yeah, we thought it would
that's
be.
between you two
That's
and.
correct. We thought it would be easier if we found a location first, because I've done it both ways, where the city goes, yes, we want this, and we work to find the location together, or we come in and we look for all the spacing with TxDOT and realize, the park knocks out a huge amount of areas here that work and whatnot. So we find what works for monument signs, because the placement of monument signs, of course, is a little more of a challenge than pylon signs, because where cars park or where there's a vision clearance triangle issues, we take all that into account to say where is a placement that works, that isn't a concern for the code, for safety, et cetera. So we did all of that homework, and we found that location, said yes, this would work. This is a gateway. It's coming into the city. We liked everything about it. So,
But you don't have one for the north end.
We're working on that right now.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a few opportunities that we think we're going to get one of them across the finish line.
Okay. And you've been in business, did you say 20 years?
So I was in signs when I was 5 years old. My first paycheck from my father was for $1.25, working in his shop. So I've been in this industry my whole life. I'm second generation, and we've done everything from neon signs and backlit signs to advertising signs, and that's where all of our sign experience came together to say, okay, how do we partner up with cities, and how do we find a way to use our knowledge of how to help advertising and all of that, but also meet the needs of what the cities want. So that's how this whole concept came together, and it's been wonderful.
Now, would Leon Valley, if this were approved, be your first project in Bexar County?
Well, in Texas, our first project was in Henderson, Texas.
Right, I saw that.
Correct.
But I mean, in Bexar County, in this region, this would be the first one?
Would, yeah.
Okay. And then you had the dollar amounts for the advertising, and that's in what kind of increments?
Oh, so those are monthly rates.
Monthly rates, okay. I didn't know. It didn't say month or hour or year or annual. Okay, monthly rates. So, okay.
Well, like the 50 to 150, that's like a daily rate, right?
Sure.
For something short term.
But the other ones is a monthly rate. Okay.
But we do daily, we do weekly, we do monthly, we do weekends only. We find what that person needs and what their budget is, and then we find a way to plug it into the math of, how many impressions per day based on shutting the sign down at midnight, turning it back on at 5 a.m., looking at whether it's 8-second dwells or 6-second dwells, because all of that changes the math of how many times that image shows up. So we say, well, a full spot, is 1,405 times a day, and a half spot is, 700x, and a quarter spot is half of that, and we just keep slicing down the time to provide more access to the sign, but also have it more affordable for, the smaller mom and pops that need or need the exposure.
Are you going to do you have like a national sign person that comes in and builds the sign?
So
Or do you
we like to use local.
Yeah.
In terms of the block work and all, a lot of times it's a local mason. With our other structures where they're steel involved, I like to use my fabricators that are best of breed, and usually there's not a fabricator for that type of sign work in local, but for the masons, absolutely, we love that, as well as the electricians and craning the LED onto it. So pretty much for the installation, everything for a masonry structure is local.
Is local, okay. Is the sign graffiti proof?
Well, there's cameras. There's cameras on the display. So
But is
they'd
it
be
graffiti proof?
Well, I don't think anything is
Okay,
graffiti
all
proof.
right.
It's just another
I always
structure.
fear of that.
But I will tell you that if that ever happens, our response time would be,
Certainly.
immediate, right? So
That's what they say, get rid of it.
no question.
Okay, so but I hear you've got the insurance policy, and so are there, in all of your years of experience, what would you share was like something that you learned from that, you know what I'm saying, that you would do, you did differently? I'm just thinking, I saw how close that sign was right to the street, and I mean, have you had incidences where maybe you put it too close and a car hit, and then you know what I'm saying, and then you had to pay for all of that?
No, none, absolutely
Okay.
not. In fact, there's a sign in your pamphlet that handed out that the city of Selma wanted me to put it in that triangular deal, and we were pitching a monument style, and with this, I've got the planners out there, and we're on site, and I said, vision clearance triangle is probably affected by having a monument in this area because cars are looking this way. And he goes, oh yeah, that's right. So that's where we went to the pylon design for that. So we're pretty up on all of those various situations to say, okay, at this location, this would all be fine. So no, I actually at this point, I haven't run into anything that we've, feel like we could have done better or got right.
And all the signs that you've put up, they're still up?
Oh, absolutely.
And have you had to upgrade them at all?
So the average lifespan of these LEDs, they're guaranteed for 10 years.
10 years?
Yes, for the brightness. So LEDs are organic material and they break down over time. There's a graph that just kind of goes like this, so they fade. That's another reason I like to rest them at nighttime. I feel like I can probably get an extra, whatever it might be, 6 months to a year. And for the cost of these, because this sign will come in, close to $200,000 for the resolution that we go with, the block work and all the ornamental work and, landscaping and all of that stuff. So we want it to go as long as possible, but we also need it to be effective because if it gets to the point where the light is not as effective to read, well, then advertisers don't want to use it. It's not working for the city. So we expect with the brightness guarantee of 10 years that the way they're shipping them now with higher nits that you can turn up over time. So they ship with 10,000 nits, but the software stops at 7,500. So what happens is in year 8 or 9, they're able to turn up the power to keep that extra. So they've dealt with that issue with the technology. So we're estimating the displays to go about 12 years in our plan.
12 years. All right. And so once you put it in, is it our responsibility to maintain the sign?
No.
As far as the landscaping, you're going to have somebody do the landscaping and watering and everything?
Well, in some situations, I have negotiated with Public Works to say, is this something that you can fold in? I always like to ask.
Okay.
If it's something that's easy for them to fold in, great. But, we pay the initial, getting it up and getting the water. But if that's a requirement, by all means, we just want to be easy to work with the city. So that's certainly something. It can go either way. Most Public Works have said, oh, yeah, it's folded into our landscaping plan. So.
Okay, well, it's right across from our monument in the interior of the Bandera Road. So, okay, I think those are all my questions. Oh, and then who in our city will be responsible for putting the messages on there? You said you're going to train somebody. Have we determined if we pass this?
That's completely up to the city. A lot of times.
Okay. Crystal. Okay. It's usually been Angela, okay. All right.
And I'd also really like the chief of police, somebody over there, to have a little bit of training as well, because if there's
Okay.
something that, they want to get on there, it'd be great for them to have the ability to.
Fire.
So basically, it's just businesses that you're asking to advertise only,
Exactly
just
right.
businesses. Okay, it's restricted to local businesses, right?
Right. So the way we handle that is, we want to be in cities that have a large enough density to support the sign. And what we have found is, in a lot of cases, we're able to stay 100% local. If there's vacancies and a local, and we target everybody. Everybody knows about the program, and do you want to be on the sign? And if they decline, and everybody in that sector says we're not interested, then the city agreements that we have with, they understand that, and they go, well, if they didn't want to do it, then we have no problem having, somebody from another city do it. Because in essence, you're still having the community be exposed to deals and specials and whatnot. But I would say across our portfolio, we probably hit 98% local businesses.
Okay.
And we had extra verbiage written for you in that. This shit says, local business license, all has first priority, and, the segment has to decline, and those types of things. Because that comes up in a lot of cities, because that's the purpose. It's community, and
Right.
it's your community,
Right.
and it's your businesses, and we understand that. So we really work hard to keep every business
But,
local.
people are starting out at the beginning of Bandera Road, and there's a long 8 miles to Helotes, so some of those businesses, may want to advertise along the corridor, so that's why I was wondering.
Right. And we
It
take
was
that
just-
into account,
okay.
and that's where we work with counsel and
Okay,
the attorney to
very
have the
good.
language that.
Well, I know I've asked way too many questions, but I love, it's just a new item, so thank you. Councilor Alcacer, if you'll continue,
The
please.
mayor has covered a lot of it, but I just wondered how you found Leon Valley, or did Melinda find you?
Melinda, I think.
So we have a big, long algorithm that we've developed that we look at certain city sizes and median income, traffic counts, what businesses you have in the area. We score everything, and it creates a list of X number of cities in a state, and those are the cities that we feel would benefit most from the program, and that it's the right size for the small businesses and the right council to understand the economic benefits and whatnot. So we have kind of an upper range that we stay out of, like, San Antonio, we're just, probably never going to approach that type of city. So we find our sweet spot where we feel these are the cities that want this. They want that branding. They want the differentiation. They want to say, here's us versus everybody else. And we put a lot of time and effort in that, and that's where we target across the U.S.
And so does the business, like the church, are they going to get it 12.5%, or they have a special?
They don't. So I try to stay away from commingling on-premise and off-premise for the benefit of how to get this through council. If you put one of these devices on a business and they're advertising on that business, well, they're exceeding their square footage. It opens up a big can of worms. So no, the church only receives a rental payment for the sign.
Okay.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. Well, you sound almost too good to be true. I hope you live up to your hype. Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much.
Can I
Councilor-
place my
Councilor
order?
Martinez.
Love it. Absolutely.
Can you do what?
Can I place my order?
Oh, that's funny. All right. Councilor Jordan.
So is this all electronic? There's no Wi-Fi or no wireless connection anywhere?
Well, there's LTE. There's a cellular connection that connects to what's on board called a controller. So what happens is through our secure website to the vendor's website, the artwork goes through their system, and then it's pushed to the sign. If the cellular connection is interrupted, the controller still has the art that's been published to the sign. So the cellular connection is important for, of course, getting the artwork to the sign, which is different than the on-premise ones. A lot of times they'll have a little antenna on the bottom, and they have a keyboard, and they have to be within a proximity. Here, we're connected to the internet, and what you get out of that is you get the cameras in real time. You get the safety information that's being monitored. If a module goes out, we know, that famous black little box that goes out. we get an alert there, and the trouble ticket's, set, and they come out and replace the module. And we've got very long warranties with them, and their response time is great. So the cellular connection handles all of those things.
Okay, because I was kind of thinking more like if there was an emergency here, disaster, and how like FirstNet, AT&T, they have coverage regardless, in the event of emergency, where that sign could still be manipulated and
It should
programmed
be.
for information. This is a local emergency shelter, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. So it's business class internet. I think as long as those cellular towers work, and that's a really, really good question. My assumption is that with that type of bill that we have, which is not like home internet, that we are part of that. But I'll inquire deeper to ensure that there's still a good communication in case that occurs. So that's good. Interesting to know that some cell towers get shut down, or I guess it's for consumer uses, right?
Right. Well, FirstNet is AT&T. Well, they take priority over all other communications, right? That's on that network, and you have emergency responders has priority on that network, and you can communicate and respond.
That's wonderful.
as
I'm
necessary.
sure if that exists, we can get that as part of the program. No question.
Thank you, ma'am. That's it.
Very good, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Counselor Edwards.
Where do they build the signs?
So my preferred vendor is Watchfire. So Watchfire and Daktronics really are the two best of breed manufacturers here in the U.S. Both Daktronics and Watchfire assemble their components here in the USA, but all companies get the components, the chipboards, and the LEDs from China. But those two companies actually press their boards here in the U.S. Daktronics is definitely one of my favorites. I just have more Watchfire units in operation. But yeah, they're all USA products other than the components that go into the pressing.
Okay, yes.
I was just
Councilor
curious.
Rodriguez.
I was just curious how this mechanisms or how successful they've been in communities that have the similar demographics and similar community size.
I think we've built in population 10,000, population 20,000. Those have been successful at those size units, so I would think this would be far more successful for the density of businesses that you have and the different metrics that you have for median income and whatnot versus those smaller towns. I think it would be absolutely better here than what we've had in those other areas.
Thank you.
And have you had any cities go beyond the 12-year lifespan of the sign? And if so, what did y'all do? Did you just renew it? Is there a renewal clause in the contract?
So some of the
or-
earlier history that we have of the
Yeah.
older LEDs, not that I had in the ground, but there was one in Salt Lake that was built, and it was an operation. This is where they had air conditioning units on it to cool it down.
Oh.
This was,
Oh, wow.
15 years ago. The technology's
Okay,
changed tremendously. Yeah, the cost of power to run a sign like that was, $2,000 a month or whatever. And now some of my boards, I get power bills of $47 for 100 square feet. So the power consumption is considerably less. So that sign was in operation, I believe, for 13 years. Then they took it down, resold it down to Arizona, and it's still up now
Oh my
in use.
gosh.
And that's old technology.
Yeah.
That's not before they had the brightness warranties and whatnot. So that's where I feel this is easy to say 12 years. And who knows, it could certainly surpass that. But I feel safe.
And
at 12
did I
years.
hear you say there was a generator?
Well, so I can put a transfer switch
Okay,
on
because
the
I
display.
was thinking about the emergency. If you didn't have a cell phone tower, but you had a generator, wouldn't that be?
Yeah, to get power back up
As a
as long as the
backup?
cell towers are
Yeah.
connected to the emergency network, which we
Right.
can certainly ensure. Yeah, and I'm going to check my other units to
All right.
to
Sounds
ensure
good.
that's part of it.
But you were
Yes.
saying the generator was connected to the city's.
So the Public Works has a generator.
Yeah.
And we put a transfer switch. So if
Oh, a
the power
transfer
went down, the power lines, then the city could relocate the generator, plug it into our display, and it would be up powered again.
Just by the transfer switch.
Well, the transfer switch gives the adapter to get the generator into the sign, so where it's hardwired to the electric grid or whatever. But the transfer switch then says, okay, now you can plug a generator in. We've disconnected this power to the power company, and it's going to get its power from this. So it's just a device that the electrician puts on that allows
So it
that.
doesn't matter the distance of where the generator is?
Well, they'd bring it up to the sign.
Well, they'd
Yeah,
have to
they
bring
bring
it
it to
up,
the
so
sign,
you're
that's what I was thinking.
talking about a portable one.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have a question, Mayor.
Yes, I'm sorry, thank you.
Sure. Sir, if this body were to determine that they did not want political signs, would you be amenable to that in the contract?
That's already in the operating agreement.
Perfect. Okay.
We know that that would be a tremendous issue for any city.
Okay.
So.
Well, that's why I asked
mean,
you
some
about
of the
business.
the exemptions are political ads, political messaging,
Mhm.
sensitive messaging about pro this or anti this, any of those things that cause emotion, other than excitement to go buy a hamburger, are outlawed. We can't permit any type of signs like that because it would be, it wouldn't work for anybody.
Wonderful, thank you.
Just based on your experience, yeah. Okay.
Like I said, we've just tried to wear the city hat through the entire process of building this
Well,
concept.
I think it shows. Thank you. All right, any other questions from either our counselors or our members of our chambers?
I'm sorry, I did have one more. So
Yes, sir.
These signs
Go
could be
right ahead.
placed, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Right ahead.
These signs could be placed at every business, like down,
Well, no, we only want two.
One at
We want
each
one
end.
coming into town on both directions. Most properties don't work for the placement of the sign, for blockage, for safety triangles, for text dot rules or whatnot. We're very limited of where a monument-style sign can be placed, and we want gateways. We want where they're coming in and to best serve the commerce aspect of it.
okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. All righty. So, great discussion. Thank you. We cannot take a vote this evening because we have, according to our charter, we have to have 2 readings. So this will go on the March 5th
Wonderful.
Agenda for the second reading.
Fantastic.
So-
And then on Facebook, we have a part of the Facebook, and there's a great write-up for a newspaper from Chowchilla, one of the signs that I'm building next month, and it really gives you that viewpoint of why the city is so excited for this to come in on the community development side and whatnot. So if you get a chance, please check us out.
Okay, and what is that number? www.
On Facebook, we'll
Oh.
just search CEIS
Oh,
LLC.
just search CEIS, okay. You can
Yeah,
really tell.
Absolutely.
So search CEIS and we'll get your.
LLC.
Oh, it's on the pamphlet. Okay, thank you. I didn't notice that. Excellent.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Appreciate
And
it.
Thanks for your
And
time tonight.
Yes, you bet, and thank you, and drive safely back to Austin?
Austin.
Is that right? All right. Okay, very good. All right. See, those are road runners. There you go. That's right. All right, moving then to agenda item 8.4. Ms. Pasley, if you'll please read that.
It's not an ordinance.
No, it's not. It's mayor to read. Discussion and possible action to provide direction to staff on upgrading, installing, and configuring a video conferencing system for the city council chambers to include any upgrades necessary to our system to improve the quality of our meetings. Crystal?
My favorite topic. I think
I
I've given
know.
this presentation like 5 times.
Well, you're getting really good at it.
So just because it's late.
Yeah.
Y'all know basically the main concepts. We're just looking at direction on what you want to do. The last time we were here, the council voted to table the item till December. We came back in December, but y'all made the decision to do the conference center, make that a priority first, which we did, and that's been completed. We've got the new screen in there too as well. And so that project came first, so now we're back again, requesting what y'all want to do since y'all requested to table this item. And basically what it is really just 2 things. It's whether or not you want to be able to video conference or not. I mean, that's really just there's really 2 questions here that y'all need to answer. And then staff can get the RFP out or whatever y'all want to do. But it's whether or not you want to video conference, be able to do that. And then the second thing is whether or not you want to be able to change modes from the camera, like for me to be able to see who's standing here on the live streaming, or zoom into the individual council members. And the other component to that is the individual mic set up. So this evening we had an issue where if somebody stands just about here, you really can't hear them. You have to stand over the mic in order to be heard. So there's individual mic controls in the upgrade component as well, so that's also part of the upgrade system. So those are really the questions that really need to be answered. The cost we've gone over, it's going to be over $50,000 to do everything in its entirety. We would go out for an RFP for that, and then council would make the decision on whether or not to award that RFP. So those are really the basic questions to this item, is whether or not council wants to video conference, yes or no, whether or not you want to be able to switch between, the videos, if you want to be able to switch the video, and whether or not you want individual mic controls. So that's kind of the basic concept of this item. I re-listened to the last set of minutes, and I think there's just confusion. They get boggled down in the weeds of the confusion of the technology piece of this. That's really not the issue here. It's if council wants to do this, we'll go out for RFPs, and we'll bring you back
Okay.
the cost. So that's basically, if we can answer those questions and make this a whole lot probably
Sure.
easier.
So, say we wanted to do the video conferencing. I think we're upgrading all over the place here in our city, including our signs. But can all of those other things you were talking about switching here and there, can those just be components that, depending upon the cost, you can either add or delete?
Well,
Because sometimes
when you're looking at the upgrade, what was requested in the original concept was you need to do all those things. So it's not like you can pick and choose. I can't say,
you can't pick and choose.
I can't say
Okay.
I want to be able to show the person here at the podium, but not get a desktop computer to be able to monitor that change. Does that make sense? It all has to be included. If you
Okay.
want to be able to do, that's why I'm saying it's really just answering those questions. Do you want a video conference? And do you want to do the upgrade? And do you want individual mic control?
So what if there's yes, no, yes, no, yes?
So if you want to do video conferencing, the video conferencing by itself is what I'm anticipating is probably going to be about $40,000. We have to add 2 large screens here. The minimum requirement is 32 inches. However, it looks like that size is going to go up. So I would recommend the size of the conference center was 72 inches. I'd recommend 52 inches, and that seems like what the vendors are recommending. The screen would come down right here in the middle, and so you could see that side. The audience could see that side, which is the requirements. So if you want to do that, that's perfectly fine. We just add that to the component. If you want to be able to switch camera views, then that just needs to be, you can say, I want to switch camera views and not do video conferencing, and that was, $23,000. So it depends on what you want to, that's the worst case scenario. I don't know what it's going to be when I go out for bid. I'm anticipating both video conferencing and the upgraded changes probably to be about $50,000. I think Electrolink came in a little bit high for that quote, but again, I don't know. I won't know until I go out for RFPs, and so it's really, last time we really got into the technology of whether or not we're going to use Equestron equipment, and whether or not you just want to move this camera, and whether or not, what if you move that camera? That's really not the question here. Council wouldn't make that decision on where the camera relocations would go. I think I proved myself at the conference center. I think we did an excellent job there. Everything's working fine. We got the bid to come in lower than we anticipated. And so if y'all would just answer those policy questions on whether or not council wants to video conference and how y'all want to handle that, and whether or not you want to do the upgrade, and whether or not you want individual mic control. Those are kind of really the 3 questions I need answered. And if you want to do that, because the mic control can be pulled separate. You can say yes to the mic control, and that doesn't affect anything else. You can do the upgrade to just the video, and that wouldn't have any effect over the mic control. Or you could do the video conferencing. So.
And how about no vale la pena? What? But if we just do the microphone on person that somebody suggested, does that have any bearing on anything?
No, we do have lapel mics. Those do not. It wouldn't be. It that wouldn't work. I mean, I would be having to wire everybody that came up here. I mean, it just, basically the individual mic control, the reason that I have it set, I don't remember who was up here. I think it was Mr. Prophet. He has a habit of standing back here, and so he's not, you have to talk into the mic. And I learned this when we were doing the conference center. There is a maximum distance for microphone sound. So you do have to lean into the mic. You do have to talk, but I mean, you shouldn't have to be on it. The issue is that I have one control for the mic, and that has to control everybody's voice. So if I stick it all the way up to 98 for the audio, and Mr. Prophet comes up here, it'll catch him. But then if Mr. Martinez starts talking, you'll get the feedback because he's higher toned. Or if the mayor's talking, I have it set to like 99. But then if somebody with a stronger voice comes in, it will make it, so I have to keep it about 90 to 94%. So to have individual mic controls because everybody's voice is different.
No, I just meant like at
the podium. I mean, because the podium is tied into y'all. So to separate what needs to be done for that is individual mic control to include the podium mic, because it's all one sound system for every mic.
So I've watched several of them recently, and the only person actually that was harder to understand from everybody was Brandon, and I think it's because he moves so much and talks so fast. And so I think that can be controlled, but I'm sorry, I just don't think that the cost justifies video conferencing, and my opinion hasn't changed from a year ago.
Okay. Mr. Martinez.
There's different type of microphones. That is really the wrong type of microphone for that podium. You need a different type. Like, just think, you go to a church and you see the microphone the preacher has at the pulpit. You know, the preacher can go all over and move back and forth, and it doesn't diminish his sound. So the proper microphone would help. But the control that you're talking about is called an AGC control. Think of it, a little black box with a little man in it, that when somebody's speaking softly, he turns up the volume, and when I'm talking, he turns down the volume, and so it'll keep a constant volume no matter who is talking. That is what needs to happen, and it'll really be helpful for staff when they go through and edit the video or make it presentable for playback on our website. As for the cameras, stop and think. Leon Valley is a leader in a lot of items throughout the years, and wouldn't it be nice? And I've watched some of the programs. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to see the person, the presenter, instead of sometimes you can see you don't see them at all, or maybe you see just a little portion of them. But it'd be nice to be able to see the presenter, and more than that is, it would be nice for the person watching on the internet, or even if you come back and stream it, to be able to see what is presented on screen. We've had, sure, you've said in the past that these presentations are available on the website on streaming. All they have to do is click on the presentation and they can look at it on the screen. But we have a lot of people that bring in a thumb drive or their own presentation and want to show it. So, if you can plug in a thumb drive and show the presenter and be able to switch to that, that would be a big benefit.
Is that video conferencing? I thought video conferencing.
No. He's talking about the upgrade portion of it.
The upgrade portion. That's what I wasn't sure.
Yeah, so his upgrade, everything he's saying as far as to be able to switch the that's why I'm saying it's really just if you want to be able to switch the camera to different views, that question just needs to be answered. Whether, because I can. I mean, we can relocate the camera, and we can switch the views to see here, and the camera can tilt to see the PowerPoint if we want to be able to do that.
Yeah.
So it's really just whether or not you want to be able to switch the views in the video, whether or not you want individual mic control, and whether or not you want to be able to video conference. So if the council would
Which views?
so it's switching views, I was trying to make it as basic as possible because last time
And
it
then
was like
explain video conferencing. That's where, go ahead.
video conferencing is essentially when a council member remotes in from from another location. The most common software used is Skype. It's not what's recommended. A lot of people like GoToMeetings. A lot of the suburban cities currently right now aren't video conferencing, don't allow video conferencing because of the guidelines and regulations. I did a list, I don't know if it was this time or the time before for y'all, and I think it was one city that allowed video conferencing, but then I found out that they weren't even doing it per the guidelines. And so, that's going to be an issue. A lot of cities aren't aware of the guidelines for video conferencing and what's required to meet the open meetings.
Video conferencing could be very, very simple. One screen in the back, so we can see whoever's on the video conference, and one screen up here so the audience can see. Those cameras that we have right now will work just as good for video conferencing. So a lot of the technology for the video upgrade will also work for the video conferencing. So there's a lot of shared technology in there that will make the whole package work.
Okay. All right. How about over here?
I'm in favor of video conferencing.
Got to use your mic.
I'm in favor of video conferencing. The rest of the stuff, is an add-on to me.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Councilor Jordan?
The $40,000 is entire package, right? Or not just
I'm
not
thinking
just the video
all three items I think would probably run over 50. That's why I'm recommending to go out for an RFP for it. I don't know, to be perfectly honest with you, I sent you all the details of all three quotes back in like March. I didn't attach them this time because y'all have seen all the information. Y'all have seen, I really was just trying to get direction because it was actually tabled the last time on what y'all really just want to do. I'm estimating all three items would probably come out over 50,000. I could be wrong. We got estimates for the conference center, and we estimated about 45,000. And when I went out for hub vendors, we got a lower quote in, and they did an excellent job. And so that may very well happen in this particular case, and everything will be integrated. The most costly thing is reprogramming our Crestron equipment. It seems all vendors that quoted us, Electrolink included, to program it to be all entangled with our current equipment seems like the most costly part of it, the reprogramming of our current system. But it would need to be done, or you're just piecemealing and you ends up being a poor decision.
Well, we did save $11,000 from the other. So I mean
But that was used from the Community and Conference Center Fund.
It did. On this. Oh yeah, this is right. This is not community. So I know we have impound lot monies that are in general fund that are not designated, right? I mean, we could use, so that was always a plus on that one. Does it cost us anything to go out for an RF?
It does not. In anticipation, I completed the RFP because there was conversation at the last council meeting, and I've sent it to Barcom. Rhonda's looking at it. But it was, it's a complete draft form. I'm more than happy to send it out to anybody who would like to take a look at it. But I didn't want to put the cart before the horse either and move forward. Council tabled the item. Y'all originally turned down the upgrade to the equipment, and so I didn't want to, put my foot in my mouth. But y'all did mention it at the last council meeting that y'all had conversation after the vote was made about doing an RFP, and so I didn't want to get caught with not doing one. So.
Yeah. I personally don't see what it's going to hurt to go out for the RFP to see what exactly it's going to cost, and to be able to improve our communications. And this would not only help the council, it would also be applicable to the zoning, right? And
mean,
anybody that meets in this room that needs, to make a quorum or something.
Correct.
On video
And
conferencing.
The other component to it is executive session. I know we had an issue with Counselor Edwards, but you also have to be able to do the same thing in executive session. The council would have to be able to see y'all. You would have to be able to see the counselor. Like, you can't just put the phone. So then y'all would have to make a decision. There is a TV in that room that could probably be utilized as video conferencing, but I don't know if y'all want to continue to hold executive sessions in the larger conference room, then I'm going to have to purchase a TV or something for that room. So, I mean, it's just...
And there was a very significant thing to me, that if the video conferencing for any reason stops with the person with whom you're video conferencing, the meeting has to end. And that's not a way to run a city.
Right, you're supposed to get, I forget the timeline, I'd have to pull it, and maybe Denise can take a look at it. There's a time frame, like you're supposed to get them up and running because they're part of the meeting or they're part of the discussion. If they're not part of the quorum, though, you would at that moment count them absent, and they wouldn't be allowed back into the meeting. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
oh, I see.
You know what I mean?
In other words,
like,
you could still continue with the meeting, but that person,
they're not part of the quorum. If they are
okay.
part of the quorum, then the meeting would have to stop.
Gotcha.
It's like if somebody were to...
It's just like if you had the meeting here and somebody had to leave early. It's the same conditions. Once the video conferencing is just like if somebody were there physically. And the only rules to video conferencing is how we set it up and how it's done per the Open Meetings Act. But as far as the meeting goes, there's nothing special. Everything is the same.
Well,
That's what we were told before, though.
Yes. So the legislature updated its law. So last year, at the end of last year, so I got clarification from TML, because you have to stop the meeting. You had 6 hours to get the video conferencing up and running, or you'd have to postpone the meeting. That an opinion has been given that portion has changed. So it operates just like a quorum does, but if they are part of the quorum, the meeting would have to stop. You have to make a vital attempt to get the person back up and running. So if you remember here, we did go out, you remember, when Mr. Edwards was here, it disrupts the meeting. Like, you have to hold, take a recess, let me try to get him back up and running. Now, that was like a makeshift thing that we threw together. I'm not foreseeing a whole lot of technical issues in regards to it, but depending where the person is, I'm not seeing it on our side, but I know you travel outside of the country, and so depending on your bandwidth and what you're doing, if it's weak on your side, that could pose an issue. So where the person is at on the other side could provide an issue. But for us here, we are upgrading to fiber. We're doing a lot of upgrades to this building that I don't think that's going to be an issue. But just so that way you know, I can't help the technology on the other end. So that's also something to consider.
Council changes every year practically, and you have, if you go on vacation, I've been in areas where you can't get anything. And if you're on vacation, you don't want to sit and spend 5-6 hours like we do sitting for a meeting, and it costs $40,000, and plus the upkeep. It's, what is the cost for one person? Who really wants to spend their vacation doing what we're doing now? My husband said after the last meeting I got home, he said, you need to get your pay doubled.
0 plus 0.
Again, I just need to reiterate, that's basically the issue here, is we're looking at those 3 items.
We got it. Thank you. Councilor Martinez.
The part you're missing is Skype is not a viable video conferencing solution for council. GoToMeeting works 99.9% of the time. I use it. I have several video meetings with people all over the country and even out of the country, and there's no issues. So that would not be an issue with a business type platform.
I mean,
Yes.
it's not just
Counselor.
it's just not about me and being on vacation and wanting to telecommunicate in, It's going to happen with other people, and, we're in the 21st century. Things are just going to keep changing, and somebody else on the council is going to want to do it. So, at some point, it's just going to happen. Now, we can put it off. That's fine. But I think it's something that would be useful. Not just because I wanted to do it that one time, and the roof caved in on it. I just think it'd be something that would be useful, not only for my purposes, and frankly, I'll certainly try to avoid ever using it again. But if I need to, it'd be nice if it was available for me or anybody. And, we can avoid the technology forever, but eventually it would be forced on us. I mean, you can see a doctor now, So if you can't go into the office, you can have your doctor's appointment on your phone.
It's true. Doctors are available on
Thank you.
video conferencing now. Good point. All right.
Not open meetings.
Oh.
Good point. Thank you.
I make a suggestion, we allow the RFP to move forward. We can always decide not to approve the RFP. We have nothing to lose at this point. And it might come in cheaper than we think. Look what happened at the conference center.
No other city has found a need to do it.
We're the leader.
We don't need to lead in this area. We don't have a need either. There's no need to be a leader when there's no need.
No other city recycled.
That is not true. Okay, no more.
Everybody's getting tired. Okay, so what's the, we need to take a vote
Give
here?
this presentation
Huh?
again. I said I just don't want to give this presentation again.
I don't blame you.
Yeah.
I'll second. I want to see the prices to come back.
Yeah, thank you, I appreciate it. I mean, yeah, all right, so, the prices?
The prices.
Okay, so we'll see the prices.
So I mean, it technically calls for action, so can I get a,
Yes,
can I get an official
we
vote?
have a motion by Counselor Martinez and a second by Counselor Jordan to go forward with the RFP on this agenda item 8.4.
Okay.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Did you oppose that?
Ma'am, I said aye.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear it at the, it passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, hour here, so everybody's on. All right, thank you, Crystal. Hopefully, you'll do the next one in your sleep. Well, the next one will be the RFP. Yeah. All right, citizens to be heard, anyone? Okay. And if I see no one, then we'll move to adjourn without objection at 11 minutes after 11. All right, and we stand adjourned. Oh.